This is the part number 2. Entire 2007 car assassination plot solved. This is the most important part. It's essential stuff that it's not mentioned in 2007. For the thumbnail, I have used a picture of Russian Jew, Sergei Mikhailovich Brin, and I accent Russian Jew, part of the Russian Jew mafia, which the top person of the Russian Jew mafia is Vladimir Putin. And I told you many times who godfather of Abramovich and all these Jews is. It's Vladimir Putin, an individual who eventually even contemplated on escaping back to the Russia, back to the Moscow. Why the hell would he do these things? Maybe because of this. I think this is a very big case, and this guy who got to become a CEO, practically owner of Google, Blogger, YouTube, knows exactly what I am talking about. In a parenthesis, one of the 2 founders of the Google. This is a second founder. 15,000 pages, in which also a detailed assassination plot of 2007 here in Slovenia, which took place, is thoroughly depicted, demonstrated. All about what went on during MK Ultra is being removed from the internet. Yeah, I'm serious. This guy eventually even contemplated on escaping back to the Russia. This is how bad this shit is. Here is part number 2, a contract, a sale. There you go. My $10,000 Mazda protege I purchased. This was purchased in... This is the sales lady, Teresa Mizuraka, involved in MK Ultra. She was. I paid $10,000 for it, and a total with delivery, with everything, was $11,300 a year. When I bought this brand new car, mileage, you see this here, mileage 2. This is the serial number of the car. That's my residence right there, Miami Beach, Florida, apartment 6G. This stuff, it's like this. The car, I didn't pay any fucking down payment. I paid everything with the cash. The whole thing was cash. I did not pay anything. Aha, okay, cash delivery price, right. It's like this, basically. The car, this car comes with a 2 pulleys, actually. How the hell you say that? Mazda protege. This is the date, maybe year 2003, when this car was purchased. Is completely new. It's like this. 2003 serpentine belts. Broke AC. And failed tension or worn out belt. The 2003 General uses 2 belts. The 2003 Protege uses 2 belts, one for the AC and for the alternator water pump, or a single serpentine setup. Mine, I know it had 2, and it was a 2.0. and the belt broke off, not as I stated in the part number 1. I stated less than 10,000 miles, less than 5,000 miles. Mine, from what I understand, broke within, I think I had a car about 3 weeks when the serpentine belt broke, maybe at around between maybe even 450 miles, 450 miles, or I think maximum it will be about 800 miles. And I understand it was about 400 and closer to 450 miles. So you're talking about a car that you sit inside of the dealership and you take out of the dealership, and you've been using this car for about 3 weeks. Very little you've been using one. The car is sitting basically, and you somehow make it to 450 miles. That's about 600 kilometers. New car, 600 kilometers, and a serpentine breaks. That's what we are talking. We are talking about Japanese Emperor Naruhito, who learned about this thing and went on to protest this, claiming that it's impossible, something like this, and even less that something like this would have happened to me. Pointed finger at Slovenian side for doing this, which was justly pointed finger, was extremely unhappy about this. It came out upon detailed investigation of this crime that not even one single car ever, Mazda protege, suffered broken belt with 450 miles of usage. There was no such case in entire, I think they told me for entire Mazda that something like this never ever happened before, and it happened to me. So this was one of the people who learned about this stuff, and it's one of the people who deeply disagreed with the stuff which Slovenian side continued to enforce against me, even in United States of America, obviously through this case of mine, through this MK Ultra case. What I will say to you is I am unhappy with everything, with all this stuff. Extremely, extremely unhappy. Because this year are witnesses. About the witnesses, I was extremely, extremely vocal when I did spoke about how I did spoke about the King Charles, about him freezing my sperm. Yes, it's a video I have to create before he threw me literally inside of the psychiatric hospital, Ljubljana Polje. And then instigated that if I will ever turn against him, he will just had that thing, asked for that thing to be thrown away, and was also asking me if I know how much it costs. The most expensive part that he claimed is the cost of having frozen sperm. That kind of stuff we had going on. That was extremely expensive, and he is paying the bill to maintain my sperm. It's that kind of stuff. We're talking about a game of Milan Kučan. This is yet another video that I have to create. We're talking about this man here who started to break my balls using my schoolmates inside of the grammar school of Novo Mesto, already in the first grade of the grammar school. And before that, it was the stuff that went on even before I managed to get into the grammar school, that went on pertaining to my testicles. It's like this, basically. This man was obsessed with the idea to give me a cancer, testicle cancer. And I have the proofs for this, physical evidence proofs. There was people, children, my schoolmates, who engaged during MK Ultra. Yes, during MK Ultra, this man had my schoolmates engage in severe violence, of which some also was physical violence. There was a lot of physical violence. And during MK Ultra, one of the violence things that appeared to Mr. Milan Kucan and his assistant Robert Golob, the two were extremely excited about it. There is another one that it's worthy to mention. It's called Golobic. You just add this here and you get another pigeon name, is this guy here. These pigeons, what they did to me was, they didn't do this only to me. That's why I said that I have a physical evidence about this stuff. Beginning the 5th grade of the grammar school, we are talking about the 5th grade of the grammar school, yes? We're talking about the year 1982. 4th grade, 5th grade, probably 4th grade of the grammar school. They started to break underwear to the children. Milan Kucan demanded for all the children that, sorry, this goes actually even to a 2nd grade of the grammar school, with Milan Kucan demanding for my underwear to be broken. This goes like this. This is also going to bury legacy of Novo Mesto police officers who believe will justify cancer, testicle cancer crime against me through the use of the wear that I'm using inappropriate, tied and so on. All through during MK Ultra, this is what they were doing. They were enforcing exactly the type of wear I'm using right now. So it appealed to me better, and it still does. And it's my thing, but during MK Ultra, you don't have any control over these things. And so in the 2nd grade of the grammar school, I had schoolmates who started to get obese. And he demanded from those schoolmates, Milan Kucan is a lunatic. Maybe Andrei Hochevar will explain this. Just like I explained that Milan Kucan demanded for my teeth to be broken simply because I did not wash teeth regularly, he demanded for my teeth to be broken. So he found the way to screw other children through literally, if they became obese, demanding from other children to break their underwear. That's why I said that I have a physical evidence, because it was my schoolmates, because it was broader circle here in the Novo Mesto of also other children that they destroyed them underwear. We're talking about the criminals from Novo Mesto police, therefore police thugs, garbage dressed up in blue from Novo Mesto police station that would do this kind of stuff, older assholes. Milan Kucan was using older generation kids to instruct younger generation and police to do the dirty stuff. That started to break underwear to one another and decided to somehow not break me all the underwear, or through they did broke me also underwear, because I was so slim. I was extremely slim till I came to United States. Actually, not really. It started through the joblessness here in Slovenia, it started to mount this stuff, but I continued to keep fit still. But when I came to America, I really have a problem with it. I had a serious problem with it. Joblessness, forced joblessness, this is brutal. Forced long-term joblessness, it exists, it's real. Governments, however, don't like to hear about this stuff. It's called blackballing, blacklisting, were unknown expressions to me till Americans actually educated me about that kind of stuff once I came to the US. So here's the deal. Milan Kucan started to break the underwear to me personally, sometimes in a 4th grade of grammar school, despite not having any kind of obesity or anything like that. And this shit was so severe, violence, breaking underwear. It wasn't about only stealing watches and stuff. That when I went into the service, military service here in Slovenia, I was so angry with Golobic, with Golob, with Kucan, with Pahor, with Model Pahor, and with other animals that I simply no longer would. First of all, I didn't even want to serve the military in Yugoslavia. And I was told, as soon as you finish the school, just pack your stuff and come to France, to the French Foreign Legion. We're waiting for you. I had connections in the French Foreign Legion. The only thing I had to do is go to French Foreign Legion and apply, and the job would be mine. It is just as simple as this. If there would be still Yugoslavia, I would definitely be in the French Foreign Legion. This was already all arranged. They don't give any kind of information about anybody, and once you go in there, that's the end of it. But Yugoslavia had fallen apart, and Serbs who knew about this, Slovenes who knew about this, they were obsessed with the idea to get me killed. And now this play with what they believe is going to be, they're going to develop the cancer on the testicles, which they continue to enforce also through the injuries along the way. Those attacks, kicking in the balls and stuff, it never stopped really. Brought to such an extreme that upon my entering the Slovenian military service, we had, it's not like this, they're not like this, but those are, it's called boxers, like, actually, they were like this. Not quite like this, these are better, but yeah, somewhat like this. They were green. And when I tested those, not because these are much healthier, especially for my case, this would be much healthier, but because of the anger, because of the rage, because of what went on, because of what they would not even allow me to work in Slovenian military where I applied upon completion of this military service, school and so on. I simply decided that I would just, in a sign of revolt, in a sign of retaliation, because Milan Kucan continued to be obsessed with my underwear. Golob continued to be Dr. Robert Golob, yeah. Underwear. This year significated NATO, this year significated NATO, and this year significated Slovenia. And so they created such a personality disorder in me that I would have rejected what otherwise should have been healthy underwear and instead proceeded with unhealthy underwear through the use of the violence. And this would still not end, and it's how police started to enforce their vision, their view. You have seen the underwear that my mother also was involved in breaking my underwear. Yes. Nurse Janko, investigators from our Mazda police station, animals I was talking about. They broke the underwear. They ripped the underwear apart. When I bought the new underwear in Poland, they went and they ripped everything apart. They claimed that I was buying too small underwear and that I was the one who was ripping the underwear apart. Just like this. This was their version of ripping apart my underwear. underwear is not only ripped apart, but it's also drilled with all kinds of holes. It just happened so that I bought a brand new shirts, and after just hanging them outside, I guess the mom did not realize they were new or something. Those shirts already were drilled through with the holes in it. And I don't have so much money. I'm going to keep buying fucking underwear and fucking shirts, or give the pleasure to my mom of buying me underwear and shirts so that she can say that she's paying I don't know how much money for me. I'm not doing that kind of stuff. Police hallucinated, dreamed about how they're going to prove the case against me in respect to testicle problems through improper use of underwear. This is the video I already have, and it's just stuff I'm going to have to record again, so this doesn't even pertain to this video, but I'm giving you an idea about Prince Charles, who was, rather than to stop this shit, threw you into psychiatric hospital and start to instigate, basically cutting you, chopping you off your balls, basically, and instigate on saving your sperm, rather than to stop this shit, rather than give you assistance, rather than etc., etc. So you understand my song, you understand me where exactly I'm coming from. Plenty witnesses, plenty all kinds of people, including this seller here, this Teresa here, Teresa Mizuraka. I don't know what year was it when she told me that she retired. I have to think about it. I think like almost like, I'm not even sure, like 2010 or something like that. I don't know what it was. She came here. They keep bringing me over there. Keep contact with me. This dealer was literally got involved in a torture. This is just I guess they were all making money like this. I guess this was the only way to get time compensated for shit or something like this. I have no idea. Enough about this kind of stuff. A lot of witnesses, through the most important proof that I have, that I could submit you right here, right now, I don't have it. A lot of witnesses, all kinds of witnesses, and high-profile witnesses, the highest profile witnesses, who, however, would not stop this stuff, but they would give it the proof, I guess, if they would have no place to run, no place to hide, no place to... You understand the drill? This is not how you do this stuff. And now let me demonstrate you what the fuck you guys did out of this thing here. Okay? You guys, Illuminatis, you, Charles, you guys did this shit. The first thing, before I'm gonna even start doing that kind of stuff, I'm gonna just do this here. I'd like you to read this stuff over and then continue with the video. I don't think I had a 1 month car. I think I had a car about 3 weeks or 1 month, something like that. And that was it. That was the end of it. All right, I'm gonna scroll one more time once I'm done with it. Really, the mileage that I stated in this video is completely wrong. It's totally wrong. It's not 10,000 and it's not 5,000. It's just car, I think, broke the belt like in about 3 weeks or something like that, with like 500 miles, something like that on the car, basically. Car was sitting, did not go absolutely anywhere, had a super low mileage. I don't think it had 800 miles on it. 800 miles? No fucking way it would have 800 miles. The car definitely did not have 800 miles. If it had probably 450 miles, I estimate. So like totally new car, and belt already fucked up on the car. The car was just simply towed. I did not even bother with it. I called the I got a trauma. I got traumatized because you buy a new fucking car and the new fucking car falls apart to you. You know, it's really would be really interesting to know how many kilometers the car was broken. I am extremely disappointed that I don't have anything that I could look on the paper and get you information the first hand, but this is what I'm doing right now. Let me explain you why exactly I don't have the information. This animal who have my blog deleted, 15,000 pages, 15,000 pages of MKUltra witnessing. Let me just put it this way. As I was looking for this paperwork required to demonstrate you when the car broke so that I would have the physical evidence, I sit like this after I brought this box downstairs, and I leaned like this, and I started to browse. Now let me demonstrate what it looks like. It looks like this. Yeah, look, like this. I started to browse here, and I realized I recall the pain from my spine when I was doing this with animal who sit right there like this next to it, and this animal was the one whom this animal here protected by deleting block. This was the animal from 2022 whom I have met at the police station, an investigator who had me with Robert Golop, with the neighbor Metod Yerman, with investigators from Novo Mesto police station, sit right like this, and browse this big stack of paper. And once I would be done browsing it, he demanded from me to browse again. And that stuff is done through ultra violence they do on you, which you do want to avoid at all the costs. So rather than to be exposed to the violence, you will continue to browse this shit. And why the police investigators were doing this kind of stuff? They were doing this kind of stuff because of the fingerprints. They wanted to destroy the fingerprints. So drugged up and browsing back and forth for hours, this shit, back and forth. So this is contamination. This is basically doing this kind of, Janis Ogulin was in charge of doing that stuff with Igor Jurčić, Stefanic. They all knew about this. They all watched this stuff. You are contaminating physical evidence of the presence of the people who also touched this stuff. It was all kinds of people that touched, from Russian KGB people, all kinds of people touched this stuff. I had Belarusian KGB going over the paperwork as I applied for Belarus documentation. I had a Russian KGB. I have Hungarian politicians browsing through this shit. I had all kinds of people, FBI, CIA people going over. But I noticed one thing when dealing with the Slovenian police. They were wearing gloves. And they were making sure that the visitors would not touch with their hands too. We had this kind of stuff going on through Novo Mesto, in a parenthesis, police station. So the evidence I would love to give you about the broken belt, according to FBI directors, according to Central Intelligence Agency Burns, do not exist, because apparently Mazda, Fairbanks does not keep And that's weird, despite what they claim me would be the first ever car as a Mazda that would have belt broken at just, I don't know, 450 something miles. Do not keep the evidence about ownerships, repairs, the stuff they have done, serviced on the cars. And so now the most animal involved in this crime was, in a parenthesis, investigator who met me at the police station in 2022. His audio recording, I did place one on the internet. This is when I came to the police station, and I did inquire about my father's medical records, so that I instead could deliver my father at home. My mother didn't want father at home, but I wanted him at home. Yeah. Weird. And it says 63 videos. All right, if I click 15, why does it give me, why the fuck is he not giving me what I need? Basically, I requested this shit and he is giving me all the fucking videos. He is giving me basically attitude like this, basically 703 videos on this channel. Why is he giving me this kind of attitude? I requested clearly, and so I don't have a capacity to browse my own police station. You can see it here where you... I am mistaken, maybe. Am I mistaken? No, I'm not, because I don't have a capacity to scroll down. So if I don't have a capacity to scroll down and see those 15 videos to which they refer to as, under the keywords of police station, then there is nothing I can do. I can click show all, and what's going to happen is eventually it's going to take me to the page that it should, just like this, and then what's going to happen is it's going to push this out. Look at that. Automatically, and it's going to go into another page. So why am I not allowed to see this stuff? Basically, is just the stuff that I actually need to see. This is going to go way back in time, and I don't have a capacity to do that with what I explained to you. This animal here have taken my blog 15,000 pages down, making it extremely impossible to do this. Too bad. That's just really, really too bad. Making very difficult for me to navigate through anything like this. It is. It's very important actually to expose these animals, because how can I relate to this if you take my blog down and you do stuff like that? You know, FBI should be more productive. Central Intelligence Agency, I think you should be more productive. You're not any kind of law enforcement, and you're not any kind of intelligence community. You're just a bunch of terrorists doing this kind of stuff. This is like sarcastic, basically. What you opened a business to sell special favors to your Illuminati owners, so they can be gratefully thankful to you for your corruption, organized crime. It's, what can I say? Good luck to you like this. Yeah, I just this is just 2 years ago. I'm not going to be, I don't have a capacity to find, the YouTube doesn't allow me to go and browse this, do this. So it's not going to happen. So it's also the stuff that okay, so this is also nice. How about my own videos? How about the studio? There you go. Okay, so I get it, I get it. Today, I still have to give you the best part, the most mind-blowing part here, why I don't have the capacity to do this. So I'm going to explain to you what this animal did. This is all 2019. Okay. I don't know about if this is a head of the police investigator, not only have a head of the other. Okay, well, let's see this stuff here. No, this was not a head of the police unit, this guy. Okay. Okay, so this investigator, this animal, is not accessible. I wonder if I even still have the videos about him. This is just as far as I can get with this stuff. Sure, that he did not At least I didn't bother to hear go over that audio to hear his name. Maybe my mistake, but I still think that this animal did not even present his name during meeting in 2022. The main reason why I cannot present you this stuff is actually hiding on an attic area. And attic area was the area which was used the most for physical torture purposes. This is beautiful computer that police got me. It's all molded accordingly to the protocol as designed. The real reason why I cannot present you with the physical evidence is right here. Basically, when I came from Poland, I went on to have everything sorted out. I started to sort out everything properly. And, well, then I realized that I'm doing more damage than any good. And I'm actually doing a whole lot of fucking damage. The paper I'm talking about where you have the service, everything was located right here inside of this box. This paper was this area here. This was a torture, super like physical violence was this area here. Since the house was built, this was like the main area for physical violence they did. Neighbors, police. I was not successful in finding anything pertaining to the car. I was just not successful finding absolutely anything about that vehicle. Talking about the paperwork, yes, talking about the paperwork, I found everything fucked up. Like this. I searched over, which I just realized that that's exactly what they would want me to do. And, oh yeah, I found the black booklet that I have downstairs when there's nothing in it. There is just some receipts about shipping car overseas, that kind of title certificate I pulled out, that kind of stuff. And yes, I was ready to give up and go. And then I observed like this right there on the floor, a paper that actually looked like, that's why I'm recording like this, and that's why I will not touch this shit anymore. Paperwork, which is, it also pertains to the Mazda dealer, where I would bring the car for the service. That's called the Marlin Mazda. And you can see basically that during the first 12 months, 12,000 mile warranty, whatever comes first, I would be having a free, that kind of stuff. Actually, I was paying, I think, $24 for this. It's just a cheap oil service, that kind of stuff. They check you the car, you know. Mazda dealer, Marlin Mazda. But absolutely no, you can see right here that there is nothing here going on here. They check you, whatever brakes, all that stuff and so on. And I realized that the obsession of Robert Golob, Robert Golob, who was implicated in this thing, however, went completely insane. And I was even more insane when I brought the original crime. Actually, I was not. FBI was. Federal Bureau of Investigation, Central Intelligence Agency. that got rid of me from the United States of America with systematic, what became permanent forced unemployment procedure. Basically expulsion out of USA through the work-related issues. Man was sick. He was coming here with the police, not once, not twice, but probably 100 times at least, going over all the paperwork, over absolutely everything. So the stuff that I had sorted out didn't even make any fucking sense, because the police browsed over and over and over and over 1,000 times the whole thing, over and over and over during MKO. They spent time here investigating everything, tampering everything, twisting around everything. And a police officer, the way MKO ended in 2020 was with a police officer, the animal who met me at the Novo Mesto police station, investigator, to whom I came to request for the medical files, told me the original paperwork. No. This was the total lunacy. It turned into total lunacy. Oh, look at the paper, but you're not gonna. But where is the original? Where is the paper that you need? Where is the paper that you need? The one that you need. Where is the paper? The one that you need. Yeah. So the proof, the evidence, the criminal evidence about the stuff that I reported in part number 1. Where is the paper that you need? Oh, you don't have one. Oh, you don't have one. The box that you have seen downstairs was also here, positioned. You go over this paperwork. You go over the paperwork. You search this. You search this. Oh, you did not find one? Oh, you did not find one. You did not find one. This shit went on since my return to Slovenia in 2006. Stuff I'm talking about. That one is right where the police officer told me it's going to be. A little earlier, I also noticed there was a paperwork pertaining to the Mazda protege here. I did not save my stuff like this. I did not go and do this. This is not how I was saving here. A few days ago, I left the walnuts right here in the stairways. As you go, I put the walnuts over there. Now, the walnuts came all the way here. How did these walnuts came all the way here? You're going to have to ask my mom, and she will explain to you how the walnuts came all the way here. So, by coincidence, I found some more service-related stuff. Pertaining to my car. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to touch this shit. I washed my hands already 5 times at least. And I realize I'm destroying this shit. This is destruction of the evidence. This is not the stuff I should be doing. This is what police should be doing, not I. And the first thing you do is you take the fingerprints. I found another one right here. This one is from the Lemon Mazda, they say. Lemon Mazda. Call it a Lemon Mazda. And yeah, you can see that there has been oil change done on the car. It costed $30. And basically that's all it is, which is interesting. Why is this shit interesting? It's interesting because you can see the paper is like new. It's well being taken care of. It's in this box. The other one is over there. Then I found another one over here. This one, it appears to me that he was not so lucky. You know, I used to keep this very, very nicely set everything on the right place. Not like this. But police went through this shit here 100 times at least. Look, there is another oil change right there. And you have another Marlin Mazda. And trying to understand mileage, 9,000 miles. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. And then there is another one over here. This one also suffered beating. No, too bad that's not how I keep my things. Another Marlin Mazda. And do we have any mileage here? 3,000 miles. It's also not going to be it. Have anything more? Oh. This one is also nice. This is nice. This is very nice. This is an animal who gave me a job, worked for him for free for 3 weeks, paid exactly $0, but he was quick at demanding from me 420 euros. I paid him 420 euros for the damage that happened on the truck because he would not take care the delivery people in Ljubljana, in a center that you could not find them with the GPS, and these animals would just not come out of the building to greet me, to let me know. With my 2 hours circling in a circle looking for this idiot, still I would hit with the truck into a fence. And I end up paying him 420 euros. He ended up paying me for 3 weeks of work, 0 euros. For the gasoline, to Škofja Loka, back, everything. This is the guy. His name is... He was involved in a lot of MK Ultra stuff and continued to nicely build his company at expense of MK Ultra. Expand his operations. This is what this is. Beautiful memories. So the police, when they throw these things into this box, they refer me to a beautiful memories. That's called dementia. Exactly the way I am talking to you about right now, the way I am talking to you about this stuff right now, the way I am explaining you these things. This is, I guess, the import, right? This is about the import money, how much you pay to the Slovenian authorities to have the car imported inside, that kind of stuff. So it's a memories basically that reminds you of how much money you threw away and how much money was stolen away in this box. So they threw this in a particular box for the particular issues. The box that I had downstairs that I demonstrated you, entire box consists of the psychiatric reports from the psychiatric hospital, from the attorneys, psychiatrists, etc., etc., etc. And during MK Ultra, what they would do is they would have me look for this piece of paper and ask me randomly, as I would be browsing this box for that piece of paper related to the original part that was broken on the car, they would demonstrate me a paper here and there, a paper pertaining to psychiatric reports. I'm going to demonstrate you that box. That's why I came up here, and that's why I understand that I have to thoroughly understand that I have to video record this like this. Because just saying, oh, it's not here, it's not there, and this and that, you don't do nothing.
The guy who purchased the car from me, he said it's going to be expensive. And I did not understood what the fuck he was saying. But this is the guy, Carl is his name, who knew and all along was with the police that I will not find this paper. But he did make a photocopy of this paper, that's one thing. And the second thing is, he was very concerned about this serpentine belt that he broke, and he wanted to have the information detailed about this serpentine broken and that kind of stuff, because he was afraid it was a timing chain belt. And engaged in a discussion with this police officer, in parentheses, whom I have mentioned to you, who was together with the rest of the police officers, assuring him that he doesn't have nothing to worry about. I also see some from the horns here, stuff that police threw me in the box. Some old stuff here. Also some box from the camera here. And the old stamps. They rated me as a mentally ill because I was collecting the stamps. But I did not collect them like this. I had an album. I had inside of that album. But I guess it went too many times through the hands of the police and my mother. And then it ended up like this. These are the stamps. This is how you collect the stamps. Now, this stuff is being like this here with my hope that police is going to stop by and that we will do the job. But it was Prince Charles, your great King Charles, who was laughing during MK to me, claiming me for the living room area where I would move. They tempered inside an entire house with stuff. I would be having impossibility to be inside because of the dust that collected under the sofa and inside of the house. Yes, it is. And I am not allowed to clean. I am not allowed to vacuum. I am not allowed to do absolutely anything because I have to wait for police to come and inspect, do research, find fingerprints, all kinds of issues pertaining to the people who were staying inside of this house. He's correct. And he was getting a gig. He was getting the pleasure out of it for what would be, together with the Prince William, how I would be choking up in the room from the dust and this kind of stuff. Yes, these are your beautiful people that you love so much. Let's see if is there like anything else here that would be pertaining to the Mazda. No, it doesn't. A lot of dust is collecting on the top, that's true. But it's going to stay this way, I guess, till a police is going to decide to either do their work or maybe something else, wherever that might be. This was obsession of the Robert Golub, who on at least 20 times in my presence contemplated on getting the paper stolen from here. Talking about the paper, we are talking about, that I mentioned, the part number 1, the proof of the service when the service was done. It, however, was a police, in a parenthesis, officer, police in a animal in blue from 2002, from 2022. I came to the police station to request assistance in respect to my father's medical files, and it was this animal who was involved the most in this crime against me, one of the most involved, who told me, it's gonna be, I saved you, by the way, I saved you the paper, it's gonna be inside of your room. Don't tell this to anybody, you know, sarcastically. So when I did go through the room, I destroyed more physical evidence. A little earlier, I did go through the room and I browsed. And that's exactly what they wanted me to do. Now you get the drill. This is also the animal who, with the police officers, planted moths inside of my room together with the mother. They enforced paranoia pertaining to the moths. Since year 1998, they started to insist that I have moths inside of the room. That's basically already 4 years, 3 years after I left the United States. They came up with the idea there is moths inside of the room. There were no fucking moths ever inside of my room. And the moths, they couldn't find any moths, but they were talking about the moths. That they were moths and talking about the moths, but there were no moths. But during MKUltra, they started to deliver the moths from this area, from the attic area inside of the room, literally. Or they were trying to sit them here. I have no idea what the fuck the whole thing is. I don't know what's going on with this stuff. During MKUltra, I saw them picking up an eggs from the moths and playing with those bugs and stuff and placing them inside of my room. And they did this to, I used to have like, it's called perenica. It's the stuff that Indian natives had that on the head with the fur. That all kinds of people who came here were touching that stuff. And it was plenty of fingerprints where they drove me so fucking crazy, so insane, that I ended up actually, according to the police, brainwash, burning that right outside in front of the house on the asphalt. That's how insane they drove me. And went on to paint the whole fucking room. They molded the room. This is another thing they did. They heavily molded the room. This room, impossible ever would even have any kind of mold, by the way, simply because it's the room that is above where the furnace room is, right below. And it's hot coming from the bottom, and it doesn't have any kind of mold. It never had throughout my entire stay inside of this room. They molded the room and demanded from me to go and remove the mold and that kind of stuff, not only from that room, but also other rooms, which I did, and exaggerated and instructed me to clean the tables and stuff like this. And I did. And I destroyed Mount Everest of what otherwise would be proofs, simply because the Polish police was giving the chance, all the assistance, all the help to the Slovenian police, which, of course, represented Illuminatis in this completely rigged scam, super mega British American organized criminal network. If you want to know about who the Epstein is a Central Intelligence Agency. Epstein is Federal Bureau of Investigation. Look directors of FBI and of the CIA, and you will clearly know who the Epstein is. That's what Epstein is. Was appointed as Epstein by British now king known as Prince Charles. Literally through American presidents, literally through the White House, who did not hesitate to fulfill absolutely every of the royal wishes they had. So this is basically why it's like this. This is why it has to stay like this. And this is all I can do in respect to the paperwork. FBI directors gestured me that it will be impossible to obtain this kind of paperwork simply because it would be my mom. Simply because the dealers did not keep the record. That's what they insisted on me, that the dealer did not keep the record. That this Teresa Mizuraka, the name, she actually, from what I remember her, is like Hispanic lady with a little bit blonde hair. She used to paint blonde hair. Was not exactly involved in torture. Others, however, were involved in torture. She was playing a nice lady, not allowed to be involved in torture, and that would be the lady that was testified for you if you would be nice. If you would be nice, that's a game. If you would be nice. So they were growing mental illness with hope that I would do something here that would put me behind the bars, talking about FBI and CIA here, that we understand each other, police, sheriff, departments, and at the same time tampering proofs as much as they possibly could, so that even if you would get to the truth like I did, it would be of no use to you, because literally the evidence, the criminal evidence would literally trace you into your fucking basement from where they would end up stealing the stuff. Proofs. The one who stole this stuff is Robert Golob, I assume, was using my mother or a neighbor, Method Yerman, eventually in agreement with the neighbor, Method Yerman, which is about one house away from here. A higher police officer, investigator in parentheses, yet another rigged animal. It would be stupid to go and search because of what I explained to you earlier. It wouldn't do me any good. But yes, when I came here from Poland, I started to sort it out, even adapters, absolutely everything that I possibly could, cables, everything, tick, tick, tick. And I am not organized like that. You can trust me on that. You can see for every fucking box, it's written with the name, what is inside, what kind of cable, what to search, where to search, in which box, and so on. Whoever the fuck tried to portray me with this kind of stuff like this, that is just completely off. And like I said, this in parentheses, police officers, you would stack the things like this. Next time you will find so in a basement or inside of your room, and the thing would fucking fly all over the place. They could fucking grab like this and put inside of your folder, and it's like this. You sort it out like this, and they make it like this. So you go and you fucking sort it out like this, and you can sort it out like this all your fucking life. Now you've been going, you've been looking for the stuff, and you've been going and you'll be searching through the psychiatric stuff that they claim they put inside, or maybe you go inside of your room, and yeah, there is also another stuff they put inside that pertains to the psychiatric stuff. There is some stuff, some kind of court-ordered psychiatric. They pull it out, and they put that in the name of the folder where it says Hungary and all kinds of shit like this. And you go and you fuck yourself like this, and you look for something that Mr. Robert Golob, Milan Kuchan, I should say, have taken possession of it. The walnut was right here. This is where I had the walnut. I do have to clean this shit. This is the stuff I made. I clean all the shoes every year and put them back, but I did not. Now you need to understand. Now you understand why there is no physical evidence. As a matter of fact, why the physical evidence was even stolen. It's not about if it was stolen. It was about going like this, like this, like this, and he would say, ho, 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 stop, stop, stop. What is it? And he would go, and we would go, and it would be paper pertaining to the psychiatry. And did you go? Did you found it? Did you find it? Did you find it? And it would be another paper pertaining to the police, to psychiatry, that kind of stuff. That's what we would be doing. This kind of stuff we would be doing during MK Ultra. This is how they wanted me to search for the evidence, which is actually crucial. All those paperwork that you have seen over there should have been inside in here. This is where I kept everything pertaining to the Mazda. Police, however, took these papers out of here a million times, not once. And I have here the records and from Honda Accord that I used to have, and Mazda Protege that I imported to the Europe. Is that kind of stuff. It's I'm gonna put it this way. Even if there will be a paper here, which I don't see it is, you know, even if there will be a paper here, which I don't see one anywhere, it really doesn't matter, because the stuff that I described to you, this is from the parts that I pay for the Mazda. Afterwards, after the Slovenian police stolen me $550 worth in the parts through the Germany, which parts never arrived for this car, I end up paying another $1,000 to get the parts shipped from United States of America to Europe. So finally, I could eventually, and I did, sold the car together with the parts to this guy who bought the car and had one fixed. So basically, when it comes to the parts, this is the way it is. When it comes to Milan Kuchan, this is not the end of the story. With the Milan Kuchan is like this, so that you understand what kind of police exactly we are talking about here. Maybe this is what defines the so-called Slovenian police the most. This is what defines them the most, is, for instance, what I mentioned in part number 1 about the sale of the Sava, which is a tire company, stocks, and purchase of a new stocks pertaining to NKBM Bank. I'm not even sure what I said really, because Milan Kuchan insisted to me on a dozen occasions that he couldn't do absolutely anything against me because of the stocks which I owned in a Sava company. The tires, brand new tires which I purchased here in Slovenia, and for which they also claimed that those tires were absolutely no good fucking tires, or in my opinion, those tires were really, really good. He claimed me that those tires, this is all during MKUltra. I cannot guarantee for any of this information because this is the garbage that came out through the brainwash from Milan Kuchan personally. It did. He claimed me that he couldn't do anything to me because I owned the stocks from the Sava company here in Slovenia. That's basically a tire manufacturing company. But the thing is, I don't know exactly when I sold those stocks. Okay, was it before the assassination took place, or after? I don't know. I mentioned in a part number 1 I shouldn't have. That's not a fucking evidence. It's just the evidence as far as I did not go through the paperwork. It's not a crucial proof. It's what talks about how Milan Kuchan was doing this shit. Milan Kuchan was doing with the police. This shit was searching to create a paranoia. And so if the incident happened to me, I don't know even when the incident exactly took place, it could have been that I still had the stocks from Sava. I don't know. Maybe I did, maybe I did not. But the way they presented through the brainwash this stuff, talking about the police, Milan Kuchan, they presented this stuff in such a way so that I would still have, I would sell the stocks from this Slovenian Sava manufacturing company and purchase this new stocks from NKBM, from the banking business here in Slovenia, the bank where I'm at. Basically before the incident would take place. And then it would be assassination that would take place. That's not necessarily the truth. That was a part of the brainwash which Milan Kuchan personally enforced on me. That's an important stuff to declare. It pertains to the part number 1. I don't want this to look like paranoia or something. I want this to look like facts. The key about the stuff I was talking about definitely exists. This lady here, absolutely, who was involved in this stuff, knew all about this stuff. And she, however, also is a proof that the Fairbanks Mazda, who was involved in this stuff, tampered the proof together with the FBI, with the CIA. Why? You remember when I told you about what kind of witnesses these are? Well, we will only give you yes if you will be nice. You understand that? So she would tell because the Fairbanks Mazda doesn't have the record, right? So now we delete the whole fucking record from the customers where the cars were serviced and such. We investigate as FBI, as a CIA, and we make sure that we have this information. We make sure, like police, to make copies for ourselves, everything, document, but we make it not only disappear, we go up there to the fucking... It's interesting because the seller left me the paper, the original paper pertaining to this serpentine belt replacement. But police was the one who took it from the Arctic area. You get it? So this is how much we temper this shit. Because you need us. And there is nothing you can do without us. So now you go and you ask this FBI and CIA people, the psychiatry on open they run, this brutality, animals, the way they run this, if this is a law enforcement, if this is the intelligence agency. You talk to them about it. I don't have anything else to say about this. Car had about 400 miles, 450. It did not have 800 miles, 850 miles when the serpentine belt broke. Burns from the CIA was involved in this. He claimed that the car was like, it was a brand fucking new car. I saw this, it was all, that's how he acted during MKUltra. He was all appalled, all sided with me visibly during MKUltra, at least morally, demanded from me to tell this and so on. But this is what it comes to. What I can tell you is that I don't even have the right to my own fucking paperwork. And you were able, what kind of psychological breakdown they create, enforce through the theft they created of something that is yours, and through the violence, literally thrown you in a psychiatric hospital, and now using the paperwork, a load of fucking paperwork that pertains to the psychiatry, demanding from you to go through the paperwork and find yourself your proof about the crime pertaining to assassination. What kind of police is this? So that's all I gotta say for this video, folks. I'm sorry I cannot supply you with direct proof about this shit. It was said that no car, Mazda car, ever had this kind of problem. Brand new car that the belt would broken that problem. I don't know. I heard some people saying even that the car had, I don't know, there was totally just few hundred. I'm not even sure if I understood if it was this correctly. Somebody even said the car had like a 200 miles when the belt broke on the car and stuff like that. That kind of crazy shit this is. So not 5,000, not 10,000. I estimate about 450 miles. The car was in no use. The car was just parked at home. We would continue to use my wife's car. She had this Toyota Corolla. I would drive her around with, and I was without a job. I had nothing. I needed a job for me to drive around, to use the car and so on. That's how I operated. I don't know what it was, but the car was parked at home. The car did not go absolutely anywhere. It was just parked inside of the garage. That's all there was. And they started to vandalize the car, talking about neighbors also doing stuff. Actually, South Beach and back, I'm thinking it might have been even maybe 2 months into my purchase that the car got damaged. And so I will say that this car, 60 by 10, this car did not have more than 450 miles, I would say. when the serpentine belt broke on this car. It was crazy. Somebody said the car had actually 200 miles. Okay. It might have been even up to 2 months before this serpentine belt broke. However, the car was parked all the time in the garage, inside of the apartment, inside of the garage building. I don't have anything else I would add to this stuff. A lot of paranoia, a lot of torture, a lot of lunacy, a lot of frustration. That's what psychiatry is all about. And obviously that's what police is also all about. That's what we need the police for, to do a job like this. This is what police get paid for. This is your police work. That's what you get paid for. That's what you do. That's how you protect the public. Recorded the next day, April of 17th, 2026. The stuff I did not manage to completely clarify yesterday. This is a continuation of the video, and it's what other than time to completely clean all doubts, everything that somebody could misuse, misinterpret, lie, whatever about. Let's go. This is a Casio F91 watch. I purchased this watch after I sold my Casio Edifice. I had a beautiful Casio Edifice. I don't know where it is on the internet even. I cannot find, but quite outstanding watch. Casio Edifice. I think I purchased one in 2000 and I think it was 2002, might have been actually even 2003. Let me see this. Gold, silver. I'm not really sure, but I think the watch was like this. I'm not really sure, but a watch, I think it was something like this. But I'm not completely sure. It was a pretty watch, a really neat, pretty watch. Actually, I think no, this is more sophisticated than the watch I had. This here, I would say this here. Yeah, I think that this was my watch. Yes, this is what I think. A very pretty watch. Pretty watch, beautiful watch, very nice, everything nice, except that Naruhito this emperor of Japan told me you are so fucking crazy that you don't even know what you have, and you don't even know, you don't deserve one. He said to me, you don't deserve one. I bought this watch in US, and it was really cheap through the wholesale, because we used to own a store over there in Miami, and I was losing $1,000 maybe per month on that store. You understand? There was no business, there was nothing. It was something for my wife to go inside, do the stuff, and we were just losing money, basically, so that my wife could eventually retire. That's what she figured out would be the way to do it. She did this. She was meeting friends over there, whatever she was doing, whatever. An older lady whom I have married to, she is originally from Ecuador. So I bought for this watch like for $30 in a wholesale, something like that. And Naruhito told me, you don't even know what the fuck you have. You don't deserve it. He said, you don't deserve it. And I said, what do you mean I don't deserve it? I mean, I bought it. What do you mean by this? I don't deserve it. And he said, you don't even know what you have. You're so fucking stupid that you don't even know what you have. It is true. What he said is actually true. I was so fucking stupid. that I did not know what the fuck I had. He was correct. I'm not denying it. I was so screwed up. They used to compare me during MK Ultra to, I don't know what's his name, the actor that plays in a Seinfeld that has got this hair all over the place. From all the shit they were doing to me, I was not even close to myself, except that I was civilized, I was educated, despite everything, understood the principles of how it works, things. I was really insane. And when I bought this watch, the first thing that happened is Robert Golub contemplated on how to destroy the watch, how to break the watch, which was already, when it comes to the post-traumatic stress disorder, if somebody destroys you and steals you consequently, I already described how they destroy, how they make the damage, and then simply watches disappeared. The first thing was the strike, they make the damage. It happened to me, I would open the watch, search for the way to repair the watch, and the watch would disappear. I did explain this in the videos that we have this kind of stuff going on. Traumatized, 3/4 crazy. I got this watch. It was more money. It was not 30, 40. I think it was like a $40 wholesale. And the way it all started was with the theft of the watch. They did with everything, not only with the part, with the paperwork that I wanted to demonstrate you. We will get to that. This was, for instance, the case of the watch. Simply substituting one during MK Ultra with copies of that kind of watch that just shine bright like this, but it was not the watch, but you are drugged up and they don't allow you. And then what they do is they demonstrate you how they break you the watch. And they make you not only observe how they break the watch, but I'm going to demonstrate you. This is an example of the watch right here. They have you wear the watch, your own watch. They break you the watch, like they broke the interior of this Casio watch. They literally learn how to work on the watch as a non-professional watchman, as somebody who completed gymnasium, college, university, whatever, without any kind of specialty in either mechanical engineering or electrical or whatever, watch industry whatsoever. Kids, children, basically fucking around playing with your real Casio watches. This was my case. This is the way it was, and this shit was for real. This was not, they didn't do only with the watches. They opened maybe and destroyed at least probably 15 cameras, of which some even costed me over $100. One costed $150. One actually, I think it costed $250. Basically destroy absolutely the stuff, absolutely everything that is in your possession. Absolutely everything that is in your possession. Absolutely everything. Now, because I did mention to you that I started to destroy my own watches, I want to be very, 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 very precise about what I destroyed in my lifetime. when it comes to the watches. I want to be totally precise about. Deliberately so, and I will explain the circumstances. These are the two watches. Of the two watches, I destroyed this watch. And the only thing that I destroyed on this watch was a band. This thing was the only thing that I destroyed. And it was not this band, but it was this band right here, which is the original band. This is the original watch band. It came with this kind of watch band. The way you see it here is very pretty. But this watch also was pretty when it was new. But there was a problem with this watch. The problem with the watch is when I purchased the watch had this thing. And next to absolutely everything that was destroyed inside of my room when I purchased this watch, I had no reason to stay inside of Slovenia. Now, I purchased myself first time with some savings, and even mom gave something a little bit for this watch, which was a really cheap watch in the city of the Novo Mesto. However, this is Casio. It goes all the way back to year, I believe, 1987, something like this. Might be even in 1986, this watch, which was really, really, really pretty watch for those days. All through others have better watches, whatever. I was extremely pleased to have this watch, buy myself this watch. And after I purchased this watch, they started to fuck with the watch. They opened the watch. I got the nurse Janko here inside of our home. Golop, Kuchan, and they started to fuck with also new watch which I purchased. Scratch appeared. They opened the watch. And when I realized that it's the same thing that goes on over and over and over and over and over again, I knew that I have to do something about it. And the first thing that comes to mind was escape from Yugoslavia. That was a Greater Serbian Chetnik state known as Yugoslavia. The Vukojebina Serbian Milosevic state was such a country that promised me death regardless of whether I would go in a military service of Navy, which I contemplated on, or in a mountain division, which I also contemplated on. One or the other I had in the program. And they told me, if you're going to go on the ship, I told you about this already. When I was a child with the Josip Broz Tito, they started to fuck with me and threaten me because I like the water so much, on how they're going to kick me off the ship and you're going to be drowning. And this shit actually started to grow into a threat for what would become one day Yugoslav military service. So basically we're talking about destroying individual absolutely every corner of sanity, any kind of prosperity, any kind of attempt to liberate, to free yourself, to survive this. The same thing when with the mountain division, for which they claim they're going to kick me off the cliffs and I'm going to die and that kind of stuff. And it was only the kind of stuff. I was tortured in Yugoslavia and also in Italy on both sides of the border to get things better. They got people, they paid them money, whatever, and they did the dirty job for them. And so what happened was, in respect to military service, which I also mentioned earlier, this is extremely difficult for me to talk about. Extremely traumatic to talk about. Extremely difficult to process. I had agreement with the French Foreign Legion to escape from Yugoslavia to the French Foreign Legion instead. they told me the doors for you will always be open. French Foreign Legion was involved in this since I was a baby, practically a child. And the way the military service ended for me, because I applied for the professional military service in Slovenia after I served several months, about, I think it was like a half a year, 7 months or whatever it was, 6 months or 7 months of military service here in Slovenia, once the Slovenia became independent. I wanted to remain inside of the military, and I applied for the professional military so that I would not have to, because the job prospect was so low, so shit, they wouldn't want to pay. I told you that I work for 100 euros in metalworking industry, 60, 80 hours per week, 100 euros per month. I told you about that stuff already. Črtalić, Jožef Črtalić, the Serbian Jožef Črtalić, with his son Serbian Bojan Črtalić, whom, by the way, Polish animals from exactly the same company where I used to, actually where they forced me to break spine completely, to the degree that they became extremely unbearable. In 2019, had me hijacked, talking about Milan Kučan, talking about Robert Golobic, talking about Borut Pahor, Tanja Fajon, Danilo Turk, talking about all the communists that were gathering themselves inside of this house. The communists is not my problem. You're not my problem. These are the people to whom people refer to as, because of the previous system that used to be Socialist Republic of Yugoslavia. And it has nothing to do, these people have nothing to do with the communism. These are a Serbian ethnic cleanser. These are Slovenian garbage born in Slovenia who have tendencies to recreate the so-called Socialist Republic of Yugoslavia. As I previously explained, nothing other than Serbian Chetnik state. Ethnic cleansers born here in Slovenia. Born here, ethnic garbage. And so, because I had strong, and everybody knew this, that I will escape from Yugoslavia. This was not difficult to tell, because it wasn't about the military service, but it was about the military psychiatric facilities where they demonstrated me were doing even human experimentation on the people behind locked doors inside of the military hospital. We could not escape. They did stuff to the people that is unexplainable. This was Yugoslavia. They had me also inside of military prisons, military psychiatric hospitals, and once they throw you in the military psychiatric hospital, you would suddenly wish you could be dead. Because I think that even the dead, if you get this kind of sentence they were doing in the Soviet Union and in Yugoslavia, does not release you from the pain that you suffer in life. I think that even death saves you. This is horrific, that you people don't even imagine what this communism in the Soviet Union, in Yugoslavia, used to be. This used to be about the ethnic cleansing, not communism. China is a communist country. This was not communism. This was Serbian Chetnik state, ethno-Serbian Chetnik state, and they lost certain territories to the natives, which they would not allow to be exterminated right on a plain daylight. So the doors are open to you if you want to go to the French Foreign Legion. There is absolutely no question about what we are going to do, whether we're going to be sticking around or we're going to go to apply for that and do that for several years.
Well, because I was pro-US Marines, because I was pro-Foreign Legion, because I was for Green Berets, because I was for US Navy, because I was for Western and German and British and American military, NATO-oriented individual. Once I finished serving the military service and I applied for the professional soldier here in Slovenia, what they did was they threw me already before I even went to serve the military service. They told me that first they guarantee me there will never be military service. I'm talking about the Kučan, Robert Golob especially. The most anti-Slovenian individual in the history of this country here was Robert Golob, who was shaking in anger when Slovenia became independent. And as I strived toward Slovenian military service, he knew about that stuff. It was a fucking nightmare for Milan Kučan, for Robert Golob. Now, so what they did was they did several things in respect to that stuff. One thing they did was, which also was my fault that it actually happened, I loved military outfit. And they had a rain jacket. And as we were going out on a terrain, I wasn't the only one. Sometimes somebody else did, sometimes some other did, whatever it did. But it is true that I wanted to have the rain jacket that belonged to the Slovenian military. Extra, not only mine. I saw one, it was there, and I threw it in my bag. And they knowing this stuff, they came and they were doing what is known as a popis of the stuff that you have. This was in the military. And they found me having extra jacket. They found me having extra stuff I'm not supposed to have. That was not mine. It was belonged obviously to somebody else, and charged me with dishonorable, with basically attempted theft of the jacket, of the Slovenian military jacket. This was in Slovenian military. This was one thing. The second thing they did, the injury which Serbs created me here in the city of the Novo Mesto. They busted the eardrum enough to actually get disability status. I did spoke about that stuff. That was in Poland. Just attacked me basically. Went out there to sing for the teachers, professors. Came in one street asking for the directions to the certain teacher. And the only thing is, asked the wrong person. The Serbian gang popped up, and with my talking to some Serb, another Serb came and punched me right here with the metal, with like glove, boxer. It's called boxer, metal stuff, and busted me ear, cut me ear. That ear was hanging away. It healed itself, but this ear was actually hanging like this away. I had to go to Igor Kotor, who did not bother to examine the hearing or anything like this, because he knew the Serbian who did this, already police interfered with it, and they made sure that they would let the Serbian get away. Second thing, inside of the military, the worst thing happened. We went to shoot, and I fired the bullets, and the sound bomb caused more damage to my eardrum. So they decided that I was no good for infantry individual, and the only thing I would be qualified for would be for the artillery. Now, parallel to all this stuff, we had a French foreign legionnaires here coming in our home, meeting with Robert Golob, meeting with Milan Kuchan, and me learning about the job overseas as a waiter, as a busboy on Meridian cruise line, basically on the ship. The way they did this stuff was like this. Milan Kuchan, Robert Golobic got Janša, Peterle, they got all this Antichrist, the so-called Slovenian independence opposition to the Milan Kuchan, the liberators of Slovenia, if you want to call them like this, to side with him that US military and Green Berets and Foreign Legion and Navy and Marines and all this is anti-Slovenian. I was asked questions whether during MK Ultra, whether I would fight, whether I would not fight, but whether I would prefer to serve in a French Foreign Legion, in Green Berets, in US Marines, and etc., over service of Slovenian military. And I told them whether I would prefer to serve over there with them. I told them yes, I would prefer to serve over the Slovenian military. That is correct. And during MK Ultra, I have determined, therefore, that I am not suitable to serve as a Slovenian soldier, and that I desecrated Slovenia. As you know, Slovenia is in the NATO. So now you know who is in the NATO. With using French foreign legionnaires who started to insist me that they started to convince me that the salary, it's way better as a waiter, as a busboy, in a cruise line, in this gastronomy business, hospitality business, than in a French Foreign Legion. It is way better. It's way better. The problem is that I wasn't even making as much money as the French Foreign Legionnaires do inside of the Foreign Legion when I signed up for that contract, pay for my own ticket for overseas, and end up working 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, for average of about 600 euros for 6 months, $600. That amounted about $3,400 or $3,500 with tips included. So I would get the pay, maybe, I don't know, $50 or $100. I don't know how much was the pay, $50 or how much they gave you per month. And the rest would be tips. And those amounted all together with the pay, with everything, with the salary, to $600 per month, which did not even cover half of the costs of my investments, which I made to fly overseas to America for work. To get things even worse, I was working with the French Foreign Legionnaires on the celebrity cruise lines. My maitre d' was a French Foreign Legionnaire. My co-workers were French Foreign Legionnaires. And they couldn't understand how the fuck I was doing all this, because I was working 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, and was hijacked to the Serbia on the Balkans, where the Serbia had a war with the several different republics at the same time, simultaneously, with Milan Kucan and police officers certain that at just about any time I would drop dead, that I will not make it through. This is how I completed this contract, in a parenthesis. I did took, they had to give me some time off because the feet became big, swollen. I was walking in my own blood, basically, in my shoes. This is the way this stuff was. To make things even worse, the French foreign legionnaires who were coming inside of this house, no, my salary did not match the one not even inside of the French Foreign Legion. Those legionnaires, they did not have this kind of crazy work schedule, and they were making good money. They were making their hospitality like aboard the cruise line business. Me, myself, however, in the same situation as I used to work at Chertalic. However, I used to work at Chertalic already when I was a child, and earlier I didn't finish the whole thing. Polacks came here to Slovenia, Polish, Lech Walesa, Polish presidents, Polish prime ministers, and they offer Slovenian Kucan, Serbs, Slovenian Pahor, Borut Pahor, and Drnovšek and all this Dirk that was here in Slovenia, to the Serbs, to the Milosevic in Serbia. They offered Milosevic in Serbia. They said, you don't have to worry that he is working here for free in Slovenia. He is complaining against you. We will make sure we break him a spine. And it was in my 5th grade of the grammar school that I was transferred, because I would go to work during vacations to the Chertalic. And I would work again for free. As other children would have fun, I would go and I would work so I could buy myself fishing equipment and do stuff. They did not pay shit. They didn't pay anything. The money that I collected basically was from the sale of fruit that my father grew here in the garden, and my mother also gave me something, and what was at Chertalic was practically nothing. However, you were expected to do the work of adult men. And it was better than nothing. And this is how I screwed the vacations. Other children had fun, good. I was going to get the fucking money. There was no fucking money. Found myself in Poland, working during MK Ultra, drugged up for free, inside of the factories, for which they acknowledge people are being handicapped, spine broken, because of the type of work they were doing. And so, to release the fault of Jožef Chertalic, Serbian Bojan Chertalic, his Fero company here, and I don't know what kind of technique blast, whatever, Chertalic business, Chertalic actually possibly even paid them. Local office here for employment, make contract with them, Slovenian government make contract, Serbian government in Belgrade make contract to break me spine. We will teach you what it means to complain against the Serbian Chertalic in Yugoslavia. And those are the Polacks. And it was the same fucking company, Lex, later become privatized Lex. There was a whole bunch of those communist companies from Poland that engage in extermination procedure. Breaking me spine, that's fucking correct. Just that the teachers promised the case is going to be in the kindergarten where I was. They will break me. By the time you will be in a 6th grade of the grammar school, your spine will be broken. They promised me it's going to be like this. It's going to be all bent, all fucked up. The same thing like they did with the glasses. I should say with the eyesight. Hearing, glasses, eyesight, absolutely every fucking aspect of the human being, teeth, gradually, systematically destroyed with positioning foreign government
on the picture, so that when you would complain, your complaint would be completely worthless, because it would be foreign criminals directly involved in it, whose government would be directly involved in it, with them directly involved in it, and would consider your application, your complaint. This is how they did with the military service. This is how they did like this with absolutely everything. This is the stuff I did not explain. Let's go back to the watch, so that I demonstrated the watch that I actually destroyed in my life. And this was really the most beautiful watch I had. This band here, when I started to see these things, what I did was, it was such a pretty watch. I grabbed the watch. I was nervous, and I started to do like this, like this, like this. And I started to, I don't know, from the nerves, I started to see how much I can bend the watch, the belt, and I started to destroy the band. It was a big Milan Kučan's victory, which was accomplished after all my life torture pertaining to the watches. So this is the damage that I did. I did this damage, where you see those links that are not completely straight. I was the one who bent those links. This is one thing. The second thing, these links had a part. This was the part. I'm going to demonstrate you. There is, I don't know what it is. It doesn't matter. The same thing like on this watch here. The same thing like on this watch here. This part, this is a clip. And this here, this is where you attach the clip like this, so that you close this and you close it. And this is how we hold the watch in place. Use the clip to attach, and then what you do is you close it. This clip, it took Milan Kučan, because the watch band was still good. The watch band was still good. This clip is also what I ended up destroying. And this one I ended up destroying upon my return from United States of America to Slovenia in 2006. That is basically after 20 years of torture. This is where it gets really interesting. After 20 years of torture inside of my room, father absolutely observed everything I'm talking about. Parents absolutely observed everything I'm talking about. Robert Golob and Milan Kučan were obsessed with these two parts, with this and this. It was obsession. Put you in front of the computer, drug you up, disallow you to sleep, and have you watch one part and play with this part and demonstrate you other parts that you supposedly destroy for 20 years. Do you understand the technique? You don't get sleep, you go without sleep day 2, and in the same clothing, the same shit, 2 days without sleep, and they force you for extensive amount of time. You are in year 1987, and as a young man, I was maybe 16, 17, thrown in front of this watch inside of the room, inside of the what I refer to as a prison cell, 10 square meter prison cell, and with the police officers, that one comes once, another one comes another time. They go in and out, people change, and you sit and you are dumbified. You could go out and date girls, you could go out and get whatever the hell you would be doing, but you spent time. Now the year comes 1988 and the same shit. You see Nurse Yanko, this big fat, ugly dude. You see bunch of these people keep coming here. They had uglier dudes than him, and they continued to push you that you have to stay here. And this drugs, which I believe they also mix in it, also psychiatric drugs. I believe they were giving me all along the way. I believe they were giving me some kind of a psychiatric drugs also. It was not only MKUltra drugs to drug you up, but I believe they were given some kind of a psychiatric drugs that would causing enormous mental problem. I believe they were giving me some kind of drugs that make me feel like the brain is burning. It made me feel like my brain was like frying or something like that. It's just, it gets like, when they give you that shit, it makes you feel like you're fucking lobotomized, man. I don't know what the fuck that was, but it was British. It was Prince Charles, Prince Andrew that delivered some kind of a psychiatric drugs to the Slovenian side, beginning when I was just maybe 12 years of age. I was maybe 11, 12 years old I was probably in my 4th grade of the grammar school when they started to clearly notice already these drugs they started to use in the 2nd grade of the grammar school. And it's what they started to use these drugs already in the 1st grade of the grammar school. And they before the grammar school, and they refer to them as a form of punishment. British from Britain drugs, some kind of a psychiatric drugs that literally liquefy your brain. And they refer to this as a form of punishment. It will be a punishment. That was a Queen Elizabeth. They had these drugs, psychiatric drugs delivered to Slovenia, to Slovenian side, and during MKUltra, when they drugged me up, they started to load me with these psychiatric drugs that would literally liquefy, burn your brain. 1st grade of the grammar school, if not earlier. However, they would not use them on a regular basis. But in the 4th grade of the grammar school, they started to use this kind of drugs more and more and more and more. It's like, imagine that you have like, I don't know, like you are on the brink of the stroke. Like you are suffering from, like it's like cringy shit. It's like stuff that I don't know, man. It makes you like you move your head, like you almost feel like you have feeling that you like some kind of a metal stuff, like you, I don't even know what the hell went on with this shit, what exactly they gave me, but they told me that too many of this, you will become completely demented and you will be transported to the home for mentally disabled people, which was in a creation next to the facility for home for elderly people here in Novo Mesto. And as I said, they already had me inside of the military institutions, psychiatric institutions, at the Vojnik here in Slovenia, in the psychiatric hospital Ljubljana Polje, in a Belgrade psychiatric hospital, in a various psychiatric institutions. They transported me during MKUltra as a child, drugged up. Too many of this, it will be finished. Milan Kučan and Robert Golob must explain the ultra-violent psychiatric drugs that burn your brain. I believe they burned my brain with this shit. It was not only about the electroshocks. Learn what MKUltra is. Stefanic said, Andrej Stefanic, the funny man, stated that that's a telepathy the last time that I met him. That I was telepathically communicating with the police officers. It didn't come evident why Milan Kučan continued to torture with this until year 1990, before the Soviet Union fell apart. It became evident that sometimes in 1989, that the new watches that China would manufacture, this kind of a belts, and I think those are manufactured in India, would have a big problem with this thing here, with the clip. And with this part here. Remember when I told you that they tormented me with this part? When I came back from United States of America for the first time, that was in year 2006, and I found myself in the same room, found in exactly the same items. I was looking, which watch am I going to wear? What am I going to be around with? And I found the watch like this. I broke it myself, this thing, this part, this clip, and this clip I did not, but this one I did, so that I wouldn't be tortured anymore. So now you know exactly which watch, actually not the watch, but the part of the watch I broke, how and why it happened. We have to be very, very, very clear about that stuff. I am glad I fucked up this thing. Naruhito also acknowledged me as mentally ill with his father Akihito. It's okay. It's fine. That they saw me and that I'm crazy and so on and so forth. But it was the best thing I ever did, because the next thing I did was I disappeared from Yugoslavia. Anyways, I disappeared from Slovenia. I went to Austria, and as they would not allow me to be in Austria, I went even further away from this to United States of America. It was the best thing I ever did, because materialistic thing must not stop you, regardless of how beautiful it is, must not stop you from going your way and do the stuff your way. It must not become object of derision. It must not become the object of slavery, mental enslavement, feeling that you actually have something when you in reality do not own absolutely anything. This was a prison, this house, just as was the other one. It was not my home. It was not my country. It was not my people. It was a prison. It was a prison on open, and it was a matter of whether thrown away this garbage, whatever I had, leave one behind, and go about the life, or fucking die not too far from here inside of this facility for mentally ill people. That's why I broke this stuff, and I did not broke the watch. Never broke the watch. The watch was destroyed by the police. The watch is still working. However, the police, I told you how they were learning using real Casio watches, my watches, stuff that I was paying for, or even from my wife inside of the store in Miami downtown, to learn, to study, to see inside, to get hands-on playing with the real Casio watches as a Chinese Communist Party was entertaining them with more and more new technology they were coming with, together with the Japanese, upon the fall of the Soviet Union, where Japanese basically transferred entire watch industry to the China. This is basically the way this shit was. This is the way this stuff was. Never broke nothing in my life, never broke fucking watch. I broke one glass on the watch as I was working on the watch. And that was fucking it. This thing here that you see is a Casio F91. Milan Kučan and Robert Golob went on to destroy all the buttons on the watches, because this is disputable. You can dispute, you can say, oh, it's not the button that is broken. It's not the button that is broken, but based on the brainwash, it is button that is broken. They were what Milan Kučan, Robert Golob police from Novo Mesto loved nothing more was to destroy the buttons on the watches. This was the obsession. This is the biggest obsession of the Novo Mesto, in a parenthesis, police investigators, really animals in blue. Serbo-Slovenian animals in blue. Slovensky garbage. Shit, human shit, really. And what they did was, there is like part like this on the side of the watch, which is curved like this, and that's actually provides the feedback for the button as you press the button. It's not really destroyed. Yeah, it doesn't have any kind of what you gonna call this stuff, springs inside. It does have just the system that you squeeze, and it's elastic and it pushes back. It's metal. It's kind of metal that you can bend. And so what the police did, they went and bent me all the watches, not only watches here, but also inside of the store, of my wife's store. The watches that they used to wear in America, they even went ahead, real Casio watches, and have stolen them and replaced them with the watches that were made in China, cheap watches, for which they guaranteed me are of a better quality than a Casio watches. This is the shit that went on. With my seeing, knowing about what went on, and having no ability to go to American police to report this, because it was done through the FBI, through the CIA, with assistance of a Miami Beach police who witnessed all this stuff. How do you like this? How do you like this kind of life? How that appears to you? Would you mind to taste some? Would you like to have some? Why were they playing with the watches like this? Well, they tried to incite me in a paranoia. They believed that, and they did manage. They did manage. I recorded a video where I stated that they destroyed me the buttons, springs inside, that they broke the springs. Because, why? Because they were breaking my watches, as I told you already, since I was a child. They have stolen at least 20 Casio watches. And because the early watches, they actually had springs inside. And just as I demonstrated to you, they were doing to me for the belt, till I actually broke one myself because I didn't want to be tortured anymore. Robert Golob, Milan Kučan gave the ultimatum, or you are going to break it yourself, or you will continue to suffer. And it was 15 years like this, and it was 15 years the torture went. And the torture went on 20 years, till the day the part was broken. The first thing that Milan Kučan did, when I returned back from United States of America for the first time in 11.5 years, never returned back to Slovenia for 11.5 years. This is normal to you like this? This is normal to you? 11.5 years did not return. First thing that I returned from United States of America, Milan Kučan personally ran inside of my room and checked together with the Robert Golob, with the police, with local animals in blue, about the paperwork I brought from United States of America pertaining to the car that I demonstrated you, and regretted tremendously when Animal realized, despite torture, despite numerous instructions, despite most severe torture in United States of America, despite Central Intelligence Agency, Federal Bureau investigation, stealing my paperwork from United States of America pertaining to this car that I demonstrated, this Mazda protege, bringing one to Slovenia so that Robert Golob with the police could instruct me over and over and over and over and over again to throw the maintenance records away because they are not useful. 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 You are mentally ill. Because they are not useful. You do this shit, training like this to become demented person? Huh? You like to try this kind of life to see basically what this is like? Well, this is the stuff that went on inside of this house, inside of this terror cell, inside of this Slovenian prison on open. It's not only prisons that you see It's also this kind of prisons. Milan Kuchan went crazy. He went insane when he observed with the Robert Golob that I brought the part for which I told you, this part, the maintenance record pertaining to what the fuck is now a... Okay. It was just disabled. Really? Let's see something. I will try to find this. Did I really screw it up so badly this? Let's see how much I screw it up. No, I did not. This is the Casio watch. I think it was something like this. Do you know what happened with this Casio watch? I did not want one. I didn't want this anymore. I didn't want it. I realized that if I would have this beautiful watch with me, the watch was replaced with the fake watches. Those fake watches were scratched. They forced me during MK Ultra to wear them. They guaranteed me they are going to destroy it. You know what I did? I threw it on eBay and I sold it for about 25 euros here in Slovenia. The buyer was from Kran. I sent him a watch to the Kran and he was extremely happy. He became involved in MK Ultra. He got the free watch practically. This is how fucking crazy I was. And the watch was without scratch. As new. That's how fucking crazy I was. They sell them, I understand, for $300. That you will understand what the fuck crazy is. And what the theft is, what the robbery is, and etc., 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 that you will understand the definition of this. Because you don't know nothing, you people don't know nothing, I did not talk about anything. You see this here? 50 to 100,000 needs to be replaced. Miles. 1 mile is a 1.6 kilometer. That means at least 80,000 kilometers. This is how good these pulleys, these belts for the Mazda protege are. And mine broke practically with my driving all the way to Miami Beach. I made a mistake earlier. I stated that I was without a job. No, that's not true. I had a job. I had a job. I had a job. I did have a job. South Beach. I had a job, but I was driving from from 47th Street it was called Gomenic Properties on a South Beach. The folks down in they know this place. Right here along the West Avenue, 710. This was location where I worked. And, well, I used to live about here like this. It was, yeah, this is just about correct, exactly like this. So, I was making 3.6 miles each way, which would add to about 7 miles on a daily basis. And I might have had the car maybe even 2 months. And then you basically go and multiply that with 60. 6 times 7. I believe the car had probably about less than 500 miles when the serpentine belt was destroyed in this car. So it is just as simple. I don't have this paperwork, but this is fucking insane. And when Milan Kuchan realized that I did not leave the paperwork, the maintenance paperwork in United States of America. But instead, I brought the maintenance paper, like the paperwork I demonstrated you, with me all the way to Slovenia. He and Robert Golob went together with the police completely insane. Fucking sane. Why? Well, because Milan Kucan and Robert Golob promised me would kill me with my car. And this American car that I purchased, it felt to them it would be just the perfect casket for me. It would be just a perfect, a perfect deal basically to get me killed. An American car, he comes back and he's actually killed right here in Slovenia. He comes back basically to pay the bills. He brings the money with him and pays all the bills basically for the funeral. And that was an assassination plot of 2007, which Robert Golob and Milan Kucan attempted to exercise near Trebnje. They follow up on this crime with total obsession about criminal evidence, which clearly pointed. This was not the only thing. I spoke to you about the underwear previously. They were destroying not only watches, they were stealing my shoes, they were destroying my shoes, they were destroying my pants, they were destroying my jackets, they were destroying every fucking clothing, absolutely anything. Pencils, pens, for the school that you had stuff that you would put. My parents would not spend no fucking money on it because it made no fucking sense spending money on something that it will be destroyed within the matter of day 2 and very often also stolen. So it made no fucking sense of buying things, new things, good things when it was all about the destruction. King Charles, your King Charles now was the one who supported this type of vandalizing together with Andrew, with your Queen Elizabeth, with your Princess Anne, because it was cute, because it was funny. But it's interesting because by the time I came to the 3rd grade of the grammar school, I don't know what exactly happened. I don't know what exactly happened, but they started to change the ideology in respect to, they gestured me during MKH that they realized that this is just not the right way to do it for whatever fucking reason. I think they gathered so much attention from other people that were involved in it. I think it was a rage that people, observers involved in this, were observing this type of royal behavior. Call it misbehavior, whatever the fuck you want. You are ruled by the lunatics because you want to be ruled by the lunatics. This is your choice. This is original here. This stuff is original. This is exactly the way they wanted me to have. This is from the chair over there that I pulled, and I put it here with this thing I purchased inside of the store to support my spine. What are we doing here with this stuff here? We are doing this. I did not properly explain behind this issue here. It was like this. Eventually I grew up fat. Really, really fat back here in Slovenia. Really fat. And because the underwear was too small, if we go back to what Milan Kucan was doing to my schoolmates, in my 4th grade of the grammar school, 2nd, 3rd grade of the grammar school, they started to do this. At grammar school Novo Mesto, Osnovna šola Grm school in Novo Mesto, and in the area, this was the most entertaining thing to the Milan Kucan. I explained to you all about that stuff. Not because Milan Kucan would do that, but because I realized that the clothing is not anymore, I'm not fit anymore, that I have to buy new pants and so on and so forth. I was stressed out by my mother and eventually ended up, when it comes to the underwear, I eventually started to make one bigger and bigger and bigger by stretching it myself. And I did so on probably what was, I don't know, maybe, it doesn't matter. I was going to say 3 pairs of this. It doesn't matter. Let's just say it was 5 pairs of them, and I did 5 pairs of them. The next thing I saw it was Nurse Yanko like this on one side, my mother grabbing it on the other side, and what they did was they like this. They pull each on their side. And it was the most frequent, one of the most frequent statements I would get during MK Ultra from Novo Mesto police investigators. You will not be able to prove, because you will not be able to prove. So therefore, anything that I would touch and I would do something to whatever that would not be specified according to manufacturer's specifications, it would go to extreme, exactly the one that I demonstrated you. This, however, had absolutely no value whatsoever, because this was a super minor crime when compared to, let's say, the shirts I would wear in the United States of America. What do you do when you buy the shirt? You go and you wash it so that you get the paint off. What do you do when you buy the shirt if you are subjected to MK Ultra? You don't do anything. They see what you have in your wardrobe, and based on the stuff that is inside of your wardrobe, they make sure that you would wear the shirts without prior washing color off, poisoning your skin, contributing to the skin cancer. They start to grow the skin cancer. And I was wearing the shirts, folks, that I was black from the paint, from the shirt paint. As I would go walk and I would take the shirt off, I would be all black. Like you would take like a pen, like tinta, I don't know how you say that, but it's like you would take from a pen the ink, like this is the fuck I was covered in this thing. Yet even worse, I brought from United States of America paint. It's to color the clothing. They got a hold of the paint to color the clothing, talking about Nurse Yanko, Milan Kuchan, Robert Golub, local police, and they started to use the paint to color the clothing, to poison with, to paint the clothing and have you wear the fucking clothing that was licking basically the paint and march you around so that you would sweat as much as possible. Use literally detergent to wash for the whitening material, for not for the body detergent. It comes like a soap bar, but it's not a soap bar. It's literally designed to whiten the clothing, to wash my body, and not rinse the fucking soap of my body, but literally leave the soap on my body that I could go and smell myself all the way to Kran when they would deliver me on a birdo in Kran like an animal. Where was Janez Janša, Gospod Avnoj, the one who used to walk from Slovenia, walk all the way to Jajce, to Josip Broz Tito, the KGB guy with his special ID, published, visible to everybody, Igor Baučar, who instead presented himself to Slovenian people as a criminal who took bribes, ended up inside of the jail, together with Janez Janša, with the theft, with the robberies, with all kinds of crime. They implicated themselves, exposed themselves to the cameras, to the journalists, so they could, together with the Thaler, Zoran Thaler, they could record them to present themselves to the people like no fucking good, willing to take corruption, bribe, and that kind of. Where the fuck were your Slovenian, the so-called pro-independence people all along? What the fuck happened with them? Oh, they get the Germans, they get the German presidents coming in this house and demanded from the Germans to acknowledge them as legitimate, as the people who greatly contributed to independence of Slovenia through the arms trade, as those as deserved. Your fucking Helmut Kohl, you fucking Schroeder, and all your fucking politicians that you have in Germany come in here and testify for Janša, for Peterle, for all these KGB assassins, so they could video record themselves next to me. Huh? I said, you never served the fucking military. What's up with you, boy? Huh? And he said, you know what he said? I was doing worse. I was working in what is Civilna Iniciativa, and they had him here in a KGB in Yugoslavia playing with Civilna Zaštita, with this territorialna obramba related, something in that sense. Like, you know, you go, like, you eat, and the honest doesn't have nothing to do, and what he does is he goes out on camping on a shit with guys playing around to see what is new and so on, as a KGB Udba individual as he was. Lojze Peterle never served any fucking army. You know what he said to me? He said to me, thanks God, aren't you happy I did not serve in the Yugoslav military? This is what became celebrated here in Yugoslavia. They put me in this so-called Slovenian, independent Slovenia. This is what you European, your fucking apparatchiks from European Union supported, from your United States of America, from NATO. This is what the fuck you supported. And this is with whom you created the breach. And you know that already what I told you, how I did not qualify for the military service. Robert Golob told me because of the clothing that I wanted to have extra clothing, because I love this military clothing so much. And this was Slovenian clothing. It was my passion. If you will ever say anything about, we will only release this stuff, remain classified. They were ashamed to even release anything right anywhere. That I have an extra jacket that I wanted from the Slovenian military, that I wanted to keep extra jacket. If you will ever say anything, we will tell that you stolen, and I did not steal anything. It was inside of my backpack. I could say it's inside of my backpack, sorry, just like all others. It's extra piece and that's it. However, I did know that this was not supposed to be there in the backpack, and I honestly wanted to have this jacket, military jacket for me. I wanted to have this fucking military jacket for me. And so yes, I took this military jacket, and this was used to extort for me telling the truth about the whole thing, about what happened with this Slovenian military where I was searching for professional employment. I paid them, I think, about 100 euros for the medical examinations, for that kind of stuff. And they told me like this, your ears, you're not qualified. And for the stuff that I gestured, I was told only during MKH, if you will ever say anything about this, this is a dishonorable discharge and this and that. We will put this officially on your under your diary that you stole the clothing. This is the way it was. The real discharge, however, came from the French Foreign Legion, which continued to solicit me for the job in the French Foreign Legion. And during MK Ultra, I continued to sympathize with the French Foreign Legion, with Marines and with the NATO and so on. And this, we're talking about already independent Slovenia now. And for my sympathizing, sticking with them, rather than with anything else, I was condemned to no job in a Slovenian military. Serbs were given the jobs here. You have a Serbian general that assaulted me here at the local military unit here. He came over there and he jumped the fence, and I opened him one day they put him as a general, Serb. And I was working in Berlin in a military facility, guarding the entrance on a day when nobody's supposed to go inside, closed. The military facility closed for everybody. I was guarding the police checkpoint that was reserved for the Slovenian military police. Instead of military police soldier, I was there guarding the check. And they set me up, and it was a Serbian who came and demanded from me to open him a gate, or that he's going to shoot me, that he's got a gun, that he's going to shoot me, that he's going to jump the fence and I don't know what. And I opened the fence, and he jumped inside, and he went directly in my guard check. It's called a guard check. It's built of cement, like a little, it's not a bunker, but it's built of the cement stuff, a little house where you are inside, and went on and started to scream on me, and who is this and who are, and he went inside of this guard check. And that's basically when I told him, if I said, you're going to stay right here now, and this is some kind of a karate guy, whatever. If you're not going to listen, I told him, you're on a military property. You are not going to go from here in one piece. I said, you understand? You are under arrest now. You remain here silent. I don't want to hear you. I am going to inform my superiors about your presence here, and they will be deciding about you, but you don't make any move absolutely anywhere. You are here, and you are mine, I told him. You stay right here. That's it. And I grabbed the telephone and I called the military police. So it was another Serb who came from the facility that day who was on a duty. In Slovenian military, in a Slovenian independent military. And he bailed him out because I was ready to break the shit out of him that day. This is the way it was in a so-called Slovenian military. This was the Slovenian military. The Slovenian military was when I had my superintendents, Slovenian časniki, gathering gang of Slovenian soldiers. This was the last time here in the Berlin, in the facility, for me to face, after I already beaten up some guys that they wanted to be tough with me in Ljubljana. I left them something nice, reminders under their eyes, because they challenged. And here in Novo Mesto, they gathered like I was in a grammar school. 200 adult guys that wanted to fight with me at once. This was the service in the Slovenian military. It didn't only happen in Osnovna šola Grm, in a grammar school Novo Mesto. It happened when I was wearing a military uniform. This was the Slovenian military. The Slovenian military was, when his name is Bombek. His name is Bombek. He was a soldier from Celje or Maribor. I don't know who the fuck. Literally pointed the rifle at me with a training bullet. It was not AK-47 loaded with a fake bullets. And from a close distance like this, he pointed at me during a training, military training. And he started to shoot at me. Fake bullets. If one of those bullets would be real bullets, it would shred me to pieces. This was the service in this fucking, your fucking Slovenian fuckhole, Slovenska fukojebina, your military, your fucking Slovenian nation, your fuckhole Slovenian kučan, your Janša fuckhole Slovenska, vukojebina Peterletova. This was the military service I gave through here in Slovenia. This is what I was missing on. Obviously, also was told that if I would continue, if I would somehow continue, because I applied, I complained against this decision, not giving me a military service, and I depended to be transferred instead as a professional soldier to MORS. It's called MORS. It was known as a MORS unit and was qualified to work in the MORS unit. Special unit here in Slovenia, MORS unit. They delivered me to the MORS unit. where they were also willing to take me. It was some Slovenian guys that they wanted to have me as their soldier with them. And the next thing that happens, torture started to take place. They employed entire Slovenian Morse unit to torture me. This is as far as the military, professional military service in Slovenia, and regular military and military, everywhere you're fucking military. It's worse. I already put one video on the internet about this, but I did not publish one. It's so fucking bad. I cursed Slovenia and everything, and much of the stuff I even told you is I didn't tell you because it was too much. It was too much of this shit. Too much of this shit. This shit here, this one here, this was the last watch that was destroyed to me directly by Robert Golob. He liked this Casio F91, and he also used to wear Casio F91. The thing he destroyed, it was not only this button that sticks inside like this, that does not work. This is from the police, from Robert Golob directly. Is the damage he caused. He makes sure that the seal, it's called the seal, you know, like a rubber that you put inside. He created a protocol, sometimes in year 2000 and sometimes in 2000 he started to instruct due to Alibaba, due to coming AliExpress. They had all these companies they were preparing, they're going to launch them. I told you about the Alibaba. I told you about how Chinese offered me jobs in Moscow. I told you how Chinese tried to get me to Moscow to work for Alibaba in the year Xi Jinping tried to solicit me to go to Moscow. Putin, I told you about these things. 1988, they tried to get me or whatever costs to Moscow, to go to work to Moscow. Alibaba did not exist back then, but was about to exist. And every one of these operations, they were preparing themselves. They were taking time to create the inventory. I don't know how to say that. To create supplies before they would launch the product. And this is how Chinese hoped they would get me to China. I don't mind China. I like China. Despite everything, I like China. This is just, I don't know. Chinese are crazy. They have their own ideas, whatever. It's their problem. I don't get into. When I like something, I like. When I don't like, I tell you, I don't like you, whatever, fuck. Chinese, I don't know, man. They liked me, okay? So they liked me, and so I like them. But stuff they were doing is extremely unethical. Realize that the next big thing, next to destroying this clip, next to the completely useless clip, this is the watch that is, however, €2 watch. But the belt is such that the watch keeps falling down. And it's not only the belt. The watch goes wrong for about, I think, 1.5 minutes every month. All you do is whatever. You don't have to do much, really. And the watch just keeps opening itself and keeps falling down. It keeps falling down. This was the biggest thing for the police, was this thing, obsession with this. The second biggest thing that these watches, which are copies of the Casio F91, don't even come with, is the interior seal, the water resistance. This interior seal, however, costs enormously a lot of money. It costs 10 euros. It's crazy. The cost for this seal, if you were the one to buy one, it will be very, very expensive. Casio F91, not 92, 91. Gasket, yeah, it's called gasket, whatever. Okay. Extremely expensive. Let's ask artificial intelligence what's got to say with the price range. And this costs £10 on the UK eBay. Very expensive. That one, I understand, costs 5, but it's going to have to be shipped. It's going to come well over 10. This one here, probably much less. This is just $5 American, which is still a lot of money. I have never seen one for $5. Let's see this. That's crazy. That's very cheap. This is how fucking crazy this is. You get, if you buy for $15, they actually send you one for $4.30. Special price. This is F91. A rubber sealing. This was much more expensive. It costed, I don't know how much, 15 euros or something. And as soon as I purchased this destroying the rubber on this watch became personal, private obsession of Robert Golob. From the day I purchased this watch till 2020, it was obsession of the Robert Golob. Robert Golob became completely obsessed with the idea to, I think actually not 2020, I think Robert Golob destroyed this seal, had the police destroy this seal. What happened is they were doing, they wanted to figure out, to disfigure visually the seal so much that I would simply reject one. This was the first thing what they did. Talking about the Novo Mesto, you want to call this garbage police, whatever. So they started to disfigure one. I found this animal who was doing this stuff. The video is titled like the way you see it here, audio in Slovenian, was published on the June the 23rd of 2022, June the 23rd. So this is the animal, basically, it's audio in Slovenian language that I audio recorded when asking for the father for assistance in respect to my father's medical files. Investigator, and there was also other investigators, but this was the main thug who was involved in this crime. And I can say, rightfully I can say, this is animal, absolutely animal, and real thug. Animal as it gets. This animal, what they did was they started to disfigure, so that no longer would be in like the way you see it up here, which is completely like nice, right? Casio has a different, more sophisticated rubber, the original gasket. I think it's more sophisticated than this. And they started to disfigure, believing that I will throw it away with what became in year 2000 by disfiguring the rubbers from all the watches that I had during MK Ultra, already destroying them, breaking them. This was an order from Robert Golob to absolutely destroy me. Every watch you would purchase inside of the store, they would go and they would destroy the rubber, steal the rubber, give you some kind of broken rubber from another watch. This was a common practice of Nurse Janko, Robert Golop, Milan Kuchan, Novo Mesto police officers in a parenthesis. This was their common practice. Theft of the rubber seals. Another theft that pertained to the cameras, that pertained to absolutely everything, was obsession with the theft of batteries. Making sure that Chinese with whom they would be meeting inside of our house would take exactly the products which they already damaged, destroyed, or had batteries already depleted, fucked up, just like you have seen in my videos on the blog which was taken down by the Sergei Mikhailovich Brin. I dedicated him really a beautiful post here. This is basically how and why. If you want to pause the button, if you want to use a pause button, you can pause it and you can read this over and then continue with the video. Absolutely destroying every fucking seal on every watch until I actually purchased real Chinese watches. Like for the first time in my life, ordered them through AliExpress. Sometimes in, I don't know how many I bought, but I bought many. I bought it for me. I bought it for my father. I was fucking around with these watches, and we bought, I don't know how many watches. Cheap watches for, I don't know, $4 or $5, whatever. They were just in a different color. I think that's the Soki watch, whatever that is. They were just so cheap. Dirty cheap, really. Beautiful watch, those. Soki watch. I don't know how much I gave for these watches. This was just like $4, $3, $4, something like this. But otherwise, really beautiful watches in the different colors. I bought them for me and for my dad. And this is basically when in Masse, I bought for myself and for my father. I don't know. Like, I don't even know, maybe 6, 7, more, 8 watches maybe. Out of 8 watches that I bought it, the first thing, having me observe with my own eyes, they decapitated one by one watch, stealing all the rubber, the seals, till I no longer wanted to even myself having anything to do with these seals. I think the year was, I don't even know, 2000 and during my stay, probably here in Slovenia, sometimes in 2007 maybe, or something like that, or might have been later, sometimes in 2010 as I returned back, 2011 as I returned back from maybe from Norway, Sweden, or something like that. I'm not sure. Okay. So I myself developed the same kind of problem, a mental problem that police was developing through what I demonstrated through the use of this clip, till I tortured with this issue in exactly the same fashion as this stuff was taking place. I would already go, and as I would buy the watch, the first thing I would do is I would throw out the gasket from the watch. Is this fucking normal? That you would go buy the watch, and the first thing you would do is you would throw it yourself out? This watch you can easily repair. You can just take knife and do it. Otherwise, I did not even open any watches. I never would open the watches. Never would open the watch. The watch was the way it was the watch. I never would go and open the watch. The only time I would open the watch would be when the battery would be dead. However, all my watches that I purchased would have a very, very, very short battery period. You go to the store and you buy yourself a watch, Casio watch, for $50, $60, and the battery magically worked only 1 month, not even 2 months. What do you think about that? And that happened to 20 of your watches. Every fucking watch was like this. And once you open the watch, boom, and they fuck you up the watch. Some watches, they would not work even 1 week. With Robert Golot, police laughing in my face, saying to me that I don't even track anymore when did I purchase the watch. The thing is, I had no camera. The thing is, there was no internet in Yugoslavia. Not even in Slovenia, anything like this did not exist. Any kind of stuff like this. The first computer, all that stuff I got like in 98, something like this in the US. With the internet and with the cameras and stuff, I wouldn't accomplish anything. They would have killed me. They incited me to go to the police station in Miami and at the same time tortured me at Miami-Dade Police Department that as soon as I'm going to come and submit complaint about overseas abductions, I will be gone. The moment I will do this, I will be gone. Paranoia, schizophrenia, mental illness if you will do this. I only demonstrated the stuff that came through AliExpress, that I opened it myself in front of the camera, because it is not possible to dispute. Yes, it's not possible to dispute. But I did not talk to you about the stuff that was before I get the camera, before all this stuff that was given the ability to record, to do the stuff. I was so scared of this stuff that I would not even video record and do the stuff that I supposed to when I already had the cameras and stuff. Because also I was in a shock. I was in a complete disbelief. I believed that it was a cheap Chinese merchandise, garbage and so on. But I can show you a brand new Toshiba camera I purchased, destroyed within few days. I can show you a brand new hard drive which I purchased at the Hofer. It never worked. Destroyed during MKI chop by Milan Kucham, by Robert Golov, by the police. I have the paperwork. Everything was destroyed. I went to buy the bicycle. The bicycle started to get destroyed within the days, showing me how they are destroying the bicycle. And the bicycle was actually used. Copies of my bicycle, the same bicycle that somebody else, whoever would buy, they would be using to demonstrate me. They bent the wheels on the bicycle right here in front of the house. Supposedly they were demonstrating me when I left back to United States of America in 2008. They were bringing me back. I was pushed, hit, and eventually saw the guy who was jumping on the front wheel and all kinds of stuff like this. In front of the police. In front of the police, with the complete police knowledge. In front of the house, in front of my father, in front of my mom, like this. What do you think about this? Would you go to the police? Would you go to report somewhere? Something like this? Would you? I don't want to do that. This is basically the way this stuff was enforced. Is there more? Yes. There is a whole lot of more. I don't even know where the fuck to start, where to go. I can go days, nights, days for many, many years because they destroy absolutely everything. That's how they were going to prove about the physical injuries they created on my balls. That's how they were going to fucking prove absolutely everything. This is when you live trauma, not life. MK Ultra is a trauma, and it's not only trauma when you're traumatized, drugged up during MK Ultra, but it's ambulance vehicles stalking you, attacking you on every way, with the police, with the people who they involved in MK Ultra. This is just a life, with the potential employers torture you at what should otherwise be your workplace and so on. This is life of MK Ultra. Everything, destroyed everything. And for doing the stuff that I demonstrated you, they call this a mental illness. To get things better, until the 4th grade of the grammar school, and then something happened. I will not explain right now what happened. And it's what Slovenian police specially prided themselves. 4th grade of grammar school, sometimes in 1982, 1983, when we moved to this house, something very bad happened. Warren Buffett, Bill Gates were just two of probably at least 100 American richest, wealthiest people, super billionaires, that were visiting previous house, in this house, to purchase the land from the state of Florida, to purchase the land from, and in Texas, and in California, and in various American states. Yes, I had American governors coming here, the people who are deciding and giving the signature to sign away certain land in United States of America to these super billionaires, otherwise not for sale, with what they had to give the promise that they are going to help me. And it was 1,000, this kind of millionaires, billionaires at least, that was coming in our house involving this. Sit at the table. I was sitting here. On the other, across next to me was a governor. Next, right in front of me, it was maybe 3-4 other guys, billionaires, like Bill Gates, Warren Buffett. I'm just giving you an example. You want to buy this? Yes, you want to buy this. And you buy the whole fucking territory, properties here, properties there at the super discounted price. We go into the area of Tiger Woods. Jupiter. This is something I already wrote about. You, I'm sure, now understand why Central Intelligence Agency, Federal Bureau of Investigation had my blog deleted. Because if you wouldn't fucking do this, you are the one who gave the license to Sergey Mikhailovich Brin to even be a CEO, a owner of the Google, of the blogger, of the YouTube. This guy would never be without this case. There was too many others, and you insisted on giving him directly through this case. You're responsible for him. Shit I'm talking about, for which these super billionaires, millionaires, at least 1,000 of them, had to give the pledge to the governors. Will pay, I don't know how much money, interest in their profits in land and etc., etc. Started when I was, before I entered, just about when I entered, before I entered the grammar school, Novo Mesto, Grm, Osnovna šola Grm, Novo Mesto. I was inside of the kindergarten where I had Prince Charles, Prince Andrew, Princess Anne. I was at age 5 maximum. I was not 5 when this shit started. They were coming in our old house and they were doing a sales. They were doing a contract after contract after contract. The Illuminatis will be talking about espionage, about wars, about that kind of stuff. And on the side, they would pull me. I would have to sit at the table and listen to these fucking uncles doing a land sales, brokerage. And they were beautiful, nice uncle that I loved them. They told me, would you just do me a favor when I was a little child? And yes, and I would go to the chair and I would sit over there and deck. And he would buy whatever property for who knows how much money. And later resold it for God knows how much money and stuff like this. This is how they broker the money. Warren Buffett is still alive. You go and ask him. There is a bunch of all these that are still around. Ask them. Adelson, all these billionaires, Jews that were coming were extremely nice people. They loved me to death for the reason. That's area of the Tiger Woods. I did not even spoke about Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods got trainers assigned to him literally by the Bill Clinton, by top politicians, but training him. When the presidents were playing a golf in Florida, in Carolina, in Washington, in these golf courses that they would bring me, all of a sudden I see Tiger Woods. And next to the playing golf, they started to give him lessons on how to do it, secrets, instructions on how to train by himself at home. With his father, what Tiger Woods wanted me to tell you, loading him inside of the car, and the torture went on in his house, in his place, and so on. Placing his head down in the car so the neighbors could not see him, going inside of the trunk. Put me inside of the car, drove to the train station, bus station, whatever the fuck that was. Throw me and Tiger Woods out, where would be other people waiting so that we could go further, so he could go and compete on the tourneers, practice with other people on the golf courses and so on. As a child, the business so lucrative that it didn't pay him off to go study. He bet absolutely everything on golf. His brother military, he chose completely different pattern than his sister, his brother. I know every fucking one of these people. Every fucking one of these people was involved in this. Yeah, so the neighbors would not see him, what he's doing. Nobody knew what he was doing. Mom said that he was sleeping or whatever that he was doing. And he was not. He was secretly going out. That kind of stuff went on. And torture, involved in the torture his entire life, basically collected the money through this. Get all the best trainers. He became Einstein, the smartest guy on the planet. And I, the most stupid one of them all, ever. Because if I would be smart, it would be really expensive. Really, really, really expensive. The military service, Slovenian, for Slovenian, I explained you how it was. Despite the Slovenian military service, I attempted to go to the French Foreign Legion. It was the French Foreign Legion top personnel that was coming here to meet, to search the contracts. They were always looking for the contract, using Charles, Andrew, British Royal, Queen, to pay money for the contracts around the world. That's how they would secure the contracts. One company washes hands of another company and the money comes whichever way to the French government that pays them and so on. That's all coordinated. Begged me for a favor. He said they're going to pay you more money if you go to the busboy, to the waiter to United States of America on a cruise line ship. Please don't come to the French Foreign Legion. We need you as a spy. This was the dirtiest, the filthiest thing of them all, pertaining to the foreign service, how this espionage, all this stuff that I did for America, for the West, needed me so much. They told me, you must not apply for French Foreign Legion because we continue to need you as a spy. This is how insane situation was. They told me, if you will join the Foreign Legion, your career as a spy is finished, it's over. They're never going to smell you, and pointed out in the Russians and in the Chinese. They're never going to smell you if you will join French Foreign Legion. Once you enter the French Foreign Legion, nobody is going to approach you ever again. It's finished. Now you know the whole thing about the military service, by the way. So I'm not finished. There is more stuff. I'm going to take you to my room. Before I'm going to take you to my room, I want you to see what your King Charles, Prince William, prided themselves with. They prided themselves with this. By the way, this is how the oil for the car that I purchased together with the filter ended. I paid for. Prided themselves with this. This is anything that comes that I found, because it's just police promised me that the only thing they're going to be doing is they're going to be wiping the stuff where the fingerprints are when I'm moving this room. And then in a little bit, I'm going to take you to my room. From where, by the way, they got me through the mold and through the infestation of the moths with animal that I demonstrated you the audio. I'm going to put his audio right under below of this video. Was bringing me inside of the room to demonstrate me the eggs from the, like a larvas from moths. And instructing me on how to clean the whole room from the mold and stuff like this. In a little bit, I'm going to take you to the room. This is just the next day that I have to finish this fucking video, because this is not easy to finish. This is not just like this. Prince Charles, King Charles, was convinced that I will be choking to death in dust in this room. This is where we are going in honor of your Prince William. He's going to be now king. So the police can come and examine. This shit is just the way it was. All this stuff that you see is basically the way it was. That's my stuff right there. This is my pillow, basically. These jackets that you see here. And this is what I support myself as spine. And this here, this is original. This is the way it was. This is what they were even anticipated. It would give them a boost if I would demonstrate this to the public. I do demonstrate this to the public. I make sure that I demonstrate this to the public. I like it like this. I want you to see this shit. Why? Because this is what you inspected, all of you, Americans with the Slovenian police and so on. This is how you inspect it. Is there more? Yeah, it's going to come to me and it's going to be more. I'm going to tell you more. Basically, they ripped apart absolutely everything they possibly could. And as I managed to video record, they even started to destroy me shirts that were just 2-3 days old. This was the only underwear that was not broken. One time I went and I washed the underwear inside of the washing room. for which my mother told me that the washing room is breaking things apart. The pants were completely in one piece. Hang them outside to dry them. The only thing that happened is the next day, and I mentioned my mom, pants were not dry yet. The next day, the pants, as I mentioned to my mom, were ripped apart, basically. Oh yeah, I could go. Why is this stuff done? Well, police told my mother that I will be buying myself watches, which I did. I bought plenty of watches for €2, for €3, something to remind me something nice. However, everything came scratched up, used up, fucked up, and so on. And so rather than buying myself a new underwear, I found a way around by simply using some underwear like this, which is from my father instead, which is again based on MK Ultra expectations. My mother brought this underwear, brought this kind of underwear, and what I do is I put them on the top of those other underwear, and those are not those as I refer to as what Milan Kuchan referred to as a healthy underwear. But I did explain what Milan Kuchan was doing to the children, haven't I? Because police anticipated they will be proving that it's because of the pants I'm wearing, because of the underwear that I'm wearing, that I'm having this kind of problems. Just like Charles also, who was behind all this shit, anticipated I would be choking on this kind of stuff. Basically, criminal evidence that should be investigated by the police because of so many visitors here. And it's not. And it's a question what exactly is left out of this. As I told you, there were already people dressed up in white suits, even inside of this house, that were doing the fingerprinting, searching the fingerprinting and taking the fingerprinting. They had a forensic department for fingerprinting and stuff already inside of this house. So it's a question, but there probably still is some stuff left. That stuff to prove me the theory that I was the one for the police to prove me the theory that I was the one behind destroying all the pants. Mother proceeded to buy me a pants like this. Now they already stretched a little bit, but when they were new, they were like this probably, and I was weighing only 70 kilos when she got me these pants, and I could not wear these fucking pants. That's how tight they were, with police expecting that the new pants that my mother just purchased me in 2000 and I don't know what the year was, 2024, I myself would go and start to stretch them. Or if I wouldn't do it, it would be police that would, or mother would go and stretch the pants and say that I'm doing this, and what they would do is they would suggest me that I gained the weight. I didn't even say, mother, why did you buy such a small number pants? It says here L, but L doesn't tell anything. The meter tells everything. The meter tells its story. The measurement tape, I should say. This is the measurement tape. This here is the measurement tape. This one tells a different kind of story. Yeah, I think that this was imperfect size. Yes, I would say that this is imperfect size. And this is why mother purchased it. So that police could prove the theory I was explaining to you about. Let's put it on an even surface. Put it like this. So it's going to be fair and square like this. Your King Charles is extremely, extremely ill person, and so is your beloved William. The truth is what I told you in this video, whether you like it or not. That's a 34 centimeters. And it was less. For sure it was less. For sure it was less. And it's not 34, but let's say it's 34. Yeah, that's one thing. The watch that you have seen I was using here is actually the watch that I purchased from the internet. I never ever was using one, but I told you that they were sending me models that they were using during MK Ultra. And you can see how this is oxidized, fucked up, without my ever wearing one. And I never ever wear one, simply because I like this band. I wanted to have like this. This was my idea, to put this band on it. Something in a silver gold color like this. This is what I wanted. I did not like really this kind of watch band. All through its Casio and original and everything, I just didn't like one. I don't like this. I don't like this. I wanted to have something, at least something. And then it's a really pretty watch when you put the right watch band on it. And as I put this watch band on it, I realized that the watch was all scratched up, fucked up, because they had me wear the watch also during MK Ultra whereabouts. Police continued to open, put the batteries in and out, also in the watches that were left to me. This was this watch. There was one Casio watch they left me, and they told me, we will not touch this one because it's a good looking watch. That's the one that I replaced pointers in it, with different kind of pointers. I'm going to demonstrate all the watches that I have one day. Inside, however, and I'm extremely precise about this, police damaged this area where is the, like for the alarm, for the static, that it touches the housing. And as I replaced the watch band, I was ready to replace the battery. And as soon as I opened it up and I saw the damage, that reminded me what the police demonstrated me during MK Ultra, and they did break the watch. This is an investigator from Novo Mesto who break the interior. I just put the watch aside and said, thank you very much. I don't want it. They advertised me this stuff during MK Ultra as something that I should wear when I come back from Poland. That I should fix myself this watch that is very pretty. Pretty like a Melania Trump, right? You read about the Melania Trump, what I said about her on the blog. It's going to be more videos on Melania Trump. Pretty like a Melania Trump, yeah. I don't want to wear stuff like this. I ordered a sewing machine from China and paid good for it. And the sewing machine came beautifully in one piece. This is a hand sewing machine that you can use, and you can fix your pants and stuff. They all the time complain that I don't fix anything myself. And when this sewing machine came, it fell out of hands deliberately to Gregor Golubic and to investigators from Novo Mesto police station inside of the kitchen area, till they broke one. Something broke on that sewing machine, and continued to ask me afterwards, why is it that you don't use one? You need to fix this, you need to fix that. And they started to make damage on my clothing, exempling me that you're not fixing the stuff, you're not fixing the stuff. And did continue to incite in fixing the clothing using the machine that you use for the hand sewing for about 3 years at least. After 3 years, they realize, when they push me this during MK Ultra, use it, use it, use it, use it. And I said, no, I don't want it, it's okay. They realize that I grabbed them by the balls. They realize I'm not using one because it's a fact, because it's a proof I never use one, because it's a strong fact that I saw you threw one on the floor deliberately right in front of me. And became pissed off at that moment, became angry about it, realizing about the stuff that I know, that I see them, the stuff they do. They fuck up the whole fucking house. They destroyed absolutely everything inside of this house. Some stuff they destroyed before I would destroy one myself. Most of it, obviously, with torture accent on destroying, molesting the stuff, physical stuff that pertain to me, to such a degree that they wanted and did even in some cases encourage me to do damage to the stuff, so just so I no longer would be tortured. And you know yourself how much it takes. For some people it takes more, but Robert Golop was extremely, extremely proud about this watch. He said it took us 15 years, he said it was a world record that you managed to hold on to it and not destroying the watch, that we did not push you to destroy the watch. Let's continue. And in the end, I was the one who did destroy this thing here, deliberately myself. When I came from United States of America, I really did. I did some really, really stupid stuff, but what seems to you stupid stuff, in my case, under my circumstances, I was far away from what you see here in this video. Me talking to you about these things is if you would go from here to China walking and multiply that with 1,000. That's how far I was. I was far away in light years from the video like I recorded today. This is the way it is. And when they fuck you up like this, 30, 40 watches, when they destroy you like this, steal your watches, they fuck you up everything. You actually end up selling the watch that cost a lot of money to somebody for, I don't know how much I gave him, 25, 35 euros, just like this. You end up doing that kind of shit. Because you're gonna fucking destroy one. A little bit more. That beautiful watch that you see, this edifice, the edifice watch, the watch that I demonstrated you earlier, this watch that I demonstrated you, this watch that I demonstrated you earlier, the watch that I demonstrated you earlier, it's so glitzy. I bought one because it was completely my style. Nobody knew about this silver gold combination. Nobody knew about it. The British Royals always encouraged me gold. But I was not into gold. I liked also pure silver. In fact, because I was so much raped into gold mentality, and I saw them wearing this gold, it seemed to me so cheap, so low, that I invented my own idea, and that was actually combination of the silver gold. It was not like this and it was not like that. It was literally, it was like this. It all blended into silver and gold. A really beautiful watch combination. I was so much driven insane, basically, that because of MK Ultra, because of violence, police violence that went on, that I figure out I will be better off, it will be better for me to sell this watch. It will be better for me to sell this watch because this watch I sold in 2007 or maybe even 2006. And instead of this watch, I have purchased this watch, I think, that I purchased. Casio. I figure out I just, no, I might have purchased another Casio, which is also a beautiful, there's just no nothing here. Casio quartz, that was very popular sometimes in 2000 and I don't know, 2007. I already posted a photo of that watch. Nothing big, nothing, just really, really cheapest Casio quartz watch with a date. That's all there is to it. I made one beautiful because I changed the pointers in it, and it's actually really beautiful, except that still it doesn't have any kind of illumination, and the water resistance is just nothing really, 30 meters, something like that. Just one of those watches, which is still always very pretty to wear. But I replaced the mechanism in one. I went into the swimming with a watch like this, and it did not last anything. It destroyed the mechanism from the watch. At least the mechanism no longer worked, and I replaced the mechanism in that watch with another mechanism and put the pointers on it. Different kind of pointers, pretty one. Basically from the socket. So I make really beautiful from shit watch, really beautiful watch came out. It was the first time that I started to play with this. Just lately I did in 2020, I don't know what year was it, 2023 or something like this. The first time in my life I started to change the mechanisms and play with the pointers, with the dials, I should say. Never before in my lifetime. Since I returned back from Poland sometimes in 2022, 23, something like that. But never before in my life. Never before in my life I touched pointers, dial, any modification on my watch, any watch I had in my life, never. I would not even open the watch when I purchased the watch. Not even this I would do. I would not even open the watch whenever I would purchase the watch. Not even this. And then when I would open, it would be missing gaskets, and it would be missing, or the gaskets would be all fucked up inside, the seals and stuff. And like I said, the batteries, my father was just the watches that I purchased for him. The battery would not even last him 1 week, stuff like this. It was going to the local watchman, make money. And it was just a robbery on top of the robbery, basically. This is the way it is. The whole fucking graveyard of all kinds of watches. Madness, basically, with one word. Police. Literally enforced by police. We're going to do it like this. First of all, a little bit commercial here for Prince William. Prince William was the one, beginning 2006. They had computer like this. I told you that they were evaluating computers and stuff. And it was really, really pretty computer. I don't know if it was this model or whatever it was, but it was with lights and stuff like that. It was so beautiful that I was stupid to want it. And he assured me that I will actually get computer like this, except that it won't be perfect. And I did agree that computer would be molded. I did agree to that. That was year 2006 when police played already with the mold proven through the Prince William inside of our kitchen, inside of our house. He assured me I will get one. Financially, that would be accessible to me. But I did not understood what the fuck this was entirely. Now I do. This is the first time I have something like this. Now I do. Is the stuff already I also video recorded. Seller of the computer was well identified. It's all posted already on the internet. Every one of the watches I purchased from China came up with scratched up watch bands, that kind of stuff. That was just part of the orders, and also I video recorded them. I put them on the internet, all that stuff. There were also 2 watches, and it's a good brand. It's known as a TPV. It's a Chinese cheap brand that is using Seiko mechanisms even to install them inside of the inside of their watches. Cheap watches, 5, 7, 8 euros watches. One with a bezel and another one without a bezel. Good quality watches though. No joke watches. Both of them oxidized based on MK Ultra scenario. I would not even wear them. I had them stored inside of my backpack. The only thing that happened was the watches became completely oxidized. I bought them, I got them new, they were scratched up. Okay, I left them. And by coincidence, look at them as I carried them around inside of my backpack, and I realized they were all oxidized. And when I opened one of the watches, 1,000 Chinese politicians, salespeople, Russians, numerous Germans, numerous, not so numerous, but many Italians, many French, many British, many Canadians, many Australians, and so on. Our houses were Illuminati houses. So, yeah, it's a really pretty combination. This is my combination with the watch band that I demonstrated you. This was a fucking ugly thing to me. I was criticized by Japanese, and this is the story about this thing. The second thing, I made a tremendous mistake when I was talking about really stupid stuff I was talking about when it comes to pills. But it was the opportunity to recall also the stuff that went on with the pills. This here is what I created out of the pills. Those are the brain-burning psychiatric pills that they were using on me and also on other children. The accent on MK Ultra police investigation from the Slovenian side was on how they did not find any dead children at all, and they were actually even taking me to the graveyards, checking if they found any dead children. When in reality, the stuff that you read here is basically the main stuff that played out. This was the thing, this was the main thing. This is about as close description as I can get about the stuff that went on. I got to know every pharmaceutical company in Yugoslavia. I got to know at least 2 military bio facilities inside of the Serbia, and I say 2 simply because the Serbs started to convince me that it was a confusion, that you're not supposed to know for any of those. Then it was for 2, but I assume it might have been well over 2. I assume it might have been at least 5 of those laboratory facilities, factories, laboratories, I would say, military laboratories where they would create even pills and play with this kind of stuff. Other than that, what they would be doing when it comes to even creation of this kind of pills, whatever stuff, military stuff, they were using pharmaceutical companies. Kirka Pharmaceutical, based on their claims, was just not one of them until year 1983, I believe. It might have been, 1982. Yeah, but sometimes in my 5th grade, I would say, of the grammar school, I believe that Kirka Pharmaceutical might actually even got the opportunity to create some kind of lethal, deadly for the Yugoslavian military or whatever stuff, contract. The directors were completely insane about it. The Kirka Pharmaceutical directors is a company right in front of my house. They wanted to create this kind of stuff at whatever costs. For them, it was extremely lucrative to do this because they got counter favors from the Belgrade. And so, you know, it wasn't difficult to get manufacturers in Yugoslavia to do criminal stuff. They all competed for a favor. They would give anything to be the one who would make a favor to Josip Broz Tito, later even to Slobodan Milošević. They were pretty much on the same page. There was not much difference of them. I'm going to put this link below. This shit with these pills, with the deadly pills that I took time to describe in total detail about this stuff, how it was, started at age 3, 100% at age 4, but I am 100% at age 3 because it's almost like when I knew for myself, that would go like, really knew for myself at age 2, I was not an ordinary child. When you're an ordinary child, you have a luxury of your mama and your papa basically protecting you. You have a luxury of your parents' protection, basically, not allowing anybody to touch you, not allowed anybody to do anything to you. I never had this kind of luxury. Since I know for myself, this kind of luxury was simply taken away. I understand a little bit that there was time when I was like, really nobody fucking protected me. And you don't understand the meaning of what I said. I got to see the children that their parents would, no, not allow this and that. And I recall myself, I had nobody that would protect my ass. Josip Broz Tito personally got on my fingers, step on my fingers. No other child but me. He was breaking my balls absolutely on every millimeter, not centimeter. He was the one, not allowed any kind of comfort zone, not allowed any kind of, you know, none of that stuff that you kids, that you children, when you were 1 year old, when you were 2 years old, when you were 3 years old, 4 years old, and you had your daddy, oh, what you did to, you know, what he did to my child, you know, you know, blah, 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 blah. None of that stuff. MK Ultra, they break your balls. Infinity. That's all there is to it. That's MK Ultra. I'm going to put the link about this stuff down below. It's time to do this.
Okay, today I'm moving this bed out of here.
I don't have a time to demonstrate you what my room used to look like before. This is where the bed was. This is the area where in a little bit you will see American and Polish flags. It was exactly here, this area that you see right there, like this, just the way you see it, right there in front of you, that during MK Ultra, police would have everything arranged with placing right here where you see this stuff, chair and table, or it was done in some other house. I'm not completely sure about it, but there was stuff they were moving inside of my room. They damaged drawers when they were moving the stuff. The bills that I'm about to demonstrate you was one of the bills they keep demonstrating me.
March the 50th in 2020.
Everything, absolutely everything. They moved exactly to the last millimeter in the back before they left. If it was a long MK Ultra session, if it lasted for a month, 2, that kind of stuff, straight, If I went missing for a month or two, the only thing they would do is they would put every fucking bill, receipt, everything back. And make sure they would paint the politicians next to the crazy like receipts that you would get. I found a receipt here from United States of America, but this is my receipt. I think it's from the US, whatever.
That doesn't matter. To move this way back time, dude. 2000.
I made enormous mistakes along the way. I don't know what is this here. What is this shit here?
Right there. I did not. Think about it.
One time Barack Obama posed me with some bill for whatever it was. It was that kind of stuff that went on. This is basically filmed upon my return from Poland in 2020. This is when I took matters in my own hands completely, and I no longer was willing. This was done on a March of 2021, about 6 months upon my return from Poland. Right here, you can see it. And I decided that I'm going to turn my room into a virtual office. And actually did a masterpiece out of this fucking room, out of this prison. Turning one into something really pleasant with what became my office, and then placing yet another table right here, and placing in the back of it, like I created the stuff that you can put in the back of it, and you can use that for teaching, remote teaching, you know. That I would teach basically remotely kids English language, whatever. Do some IT work for companies, whatever, as a customer representative, whatever. With a view on a Kirka pharmaceutical, something that was presented to me already during MK Ultra inside of my room. So basically the bed that was here out, just a cushion, whatever the hell you call this stuff, right there on the floor where I sleep, I created a masterpiece out of this fucking room. And there was a big problem. I would sit inside of the room, and all of a sudden I would see moths flying. You know what the moth is? Let me demonstrate you what the moth is. This shit. And, you know, I sit, and I see this shit flying. I would sit, and in the corner of the room, as I would sit, and all of a sudden I would see it flying. And what exactly have I seen? I seen exactly the stuff that police was enforcing animals in blue from a local police station, Novo Mesto, enforced throughout MK Ultra when they would have me inside of the room. And all of a sudden, I would see hijacked from Poland, hijacked from Belarus, hijacked from psychiatric hospital Ljubljana Polje. I would see fucking moths flying all of a sudden, saying to me that they are flying. I saw one, and again I saw one, and again I saw one. Boy, I'm sitting in this office I created nicely in the house, ready to move forward with things, earn some money as I do this MK Ultra investigation. And all of a sudden I go insane completely. I realized that they infested my room with the moths. I recall eventually the memories of police planting moths inside of the room, driving me crazy, you know, coming with the claims where the moths are, drove me so fucking insane, with idea for me to destroy also evidence, proofs, that I went on and pulled all the latches out here on the sides and started to even burn some stuff outside in front of the house, which was enormous mistake because there was proofs on that stuff from all kinds of people that would come in home. This shit happened right after I removed all the mold, everything I take care really well. I took to paint to make sure there would not be mold. They were driving me insane during MK8 with the mold and with the moths pertaining to my room. This room, however, never had any kind of mold because it was impossible for the mold to be. It never existed, the fucking mold here. And I have actually quite a proofs about that stuff. Why not, too? But right below is a furnace, which keeps this room exceptionally warm. So now even if there will be mold, the mold just doesn't exist where it's warm, hot inside, warm. It's not. Simply, it's not. I know so because I throw the glasses inside of the drawer that were stored inside of the, how you say that, you know, when you store the stuff inside, glasses that you put them inside. I don't know how you say that in English right now. And it was all molded, that shit. That shit, however, was inside of the drawer that should definitely explode with the mold. It never did, not even a little bit. Eventually drove police insane, and they didn't know why the fuck the drawer doesn't become molded since I put the stuff that they had mold on it. That's how insane these animals from Novo Mesto police station were. The main lunatic of this crime, philosopher who was involved in this stuff, obsessed, was this cretin whose audio I'm gonna submit to you, recorded in 2022. This individual participated in absolutely everything, with others that were much more vicious, but this one, he really knew how to hide. Basically, he really knew how to lie. He knew how to omit. He really knew how to pretend to be friend. Exceptionally well-trained criminal. This guy is the most important to me. That goes, when I came to police station to inquire about assistance in respect to my father's medical files, because I wanted to get my father home immediately. I didn't want my father to go. I was so afraid for the father because of the stuff that went on during MK8 that it's impossible to tell. And because of this shit, what do you think that happened next? It's already, as I explained to you, they infested the room with moths. And I destroy overwhelming amount of proof because of this mold and because of the moths. They caused me enormous damage with this. They were not the only one. They also had me in the Germany, and they advertised me some crazy lady that had moths inside of the apartment and claimed that she went on vacation. And by the time that she came out of vacation, that the moths eat everything, all the clothing. They create all kinds of horror scenarios. Now, I never had moths in my life. Now, if you go to the internet, it's all kinds of horror stories. And so I went completely insane. Before I actually recalled and realized that they fucked me up completely. This was year 2021, and our office looked really beautiful.
March 16, 2020.
March 16, 2021.
We turned the whole thing into the virtual office now.
Yeah, it's a beautiful virtual office. Over there you have everything.
The room is clean.
The room changed completely. Bed, I threw it out. Extra space, everything. 10 square meters.
Even in a factory.
Just as during MK Ultra, yes, you can see a factory.
You can see nicely lights and everything.
But we go back to the reason. Yeah, you can see the lights, you can see everything. Yeah, I really did a very nice job. This is far away, though. We go back to the reason why this video, which was extremely revealing video, this is the video that opened up picture about absolutely everything that went on. We are talking about the paperwork pertaining to Mazda protege, not pulley. Yeah. Actually, I think they call that a pulley. Serpentine. Serpentine. The system. Unlike on other cars, where you have one belt doing all this stuff, here in this case, you have two belts. And they made sure that it would not be the one for the water pump and such thing when they broke the belt. Basically making sure they would not have to replace the car, if you understand me about that. The dealer who did this stuff actually told me that the stuff they're gonna do entitles me actually to even return the car back to the dealer. More stuff that I did not mention. The dealer was directly involved in this. They got this crime through the dealer, solicited through the dealer, and demand entire money back. However, he said, because it was a discussion about this during MK Ultra, it was a well-known subject. However, he stated to me, you will get the money back, however, you will not get the car for the same price. And he told me, you will not get the car for the same price. That's, I don't know, roughly 12,000. And that means you're going to have to pay a whole lot of more money for another car if you were to seek another car. So this is how the Robert Golov, Slovenia, and Milan Kuchan solicited that kind of crime. The serpentine not supposed to go bad before 50 to 80,000 miles is recommended. Change of this serpentine belt. How many miles? See, there are uses two separate accessory belts often. This is on no other car, I understand. They had this kind of issue too. 60 to 75,000 miles. And my belt broke, like I said, 500 whatever miles that was within the first 2 months, I think it was, which is unheard of. It never happened in a Mazda. It is just something that never ever existed. It was like a world record. And that stuff would happen to me, very unlikely, with Japanese Emperor Naruhito. Japanese King Naruhito actually protested to this stuff. He said this is insane. No. Now he also knows why I got rid of that Casio edifice, how the police took away also that Casio edifice that I sold it for, I don't know, maybe 35 euros or whatever it was. I sold it for. Now, you also know about that stuff. Those colors, those pretty beautiful golden silver variation. I was driven absolutely insane with this stuff. I couldn't handle it anymore. Everything so beautiful, shining, and I was in such a shit situation. He said that I did not even know how to use the watch. It's true. I was 3/4 fucking crazy. When I look at this watch with this things, this shit, I figure out there is too many of those wheels on it. I wanted to get rid of this shit, the whole fucking thing, even that this was my dream of my life. Yes, this watch, this kind of colors, this silver combination of the silver and golden thing, it was my dream. This shit was my dream. I really wanted exactly the watch like this because I like the gold and I like the silver. But I wanted gold and silver. I wanted 50-50. I didn't want gold entirely and I didn't want silver entirely. I like white gold, which was even more expensive. That was the stuff that raised hair of King Charles. He lost it when I told him about that kind of stuff. But I don't think that my watch was as good as this. I don't know what it was. It looked like this. Yeah, maybe it was this one. It probably was like this. Yeah, I think it was this. And when they started to use copies of it and ridicule my watch and basically insist in all kinds of issues, I just didn't want to have this watch because the watch was pretty, it was beautiful, and I was crazy. And before you know, I could end up breaking also this watch. Violence, MK Ultra violence raged. I was without the job here in Slovenia. I think that my car already was... I'm not sure whether my car already was destroyed, what the fuck went on. They planted me already with assassination. I'm not really sure about this. I was paying bills. I was throwing away money and was not making any kind of money. I searched for the job throughout entire Slovenia and eventually ended one time even in Austria. Just because I came to search for the job at Kran, I wanted to get the fuck out of this Slovenia, and I parked the car somewhere in Austria on the side of the road. I proceeded toward Austria. I paid money to get across the border just so I could breathe some fresh air. This is how fucking insane this Slovenian shit was and is. That's how crazy this stuff was. Let me demonstrate you what this office, this virtual office, how this virtual office... I dream about beautiful lights. I dream about how I'm going to make money. It's going to be IT, nice, boom, bam, boom. Here you can still see my Fujitsu computer from Poland, which I purchased. A really good computer, Japanese machine involved in MK Ultra. It was something that I have to finish the video I started. Strong, fast computer. No mold, no shit. And just simply, I don't even know what the hell I would say to you. They destroyed my computer based on MK Ultra instructions they would do. And I did something to a fan, to a cooling system. As soon as the computer came to Slovenia, it happened exactly the same as the Sergei from the Belarus predicted it would do. And it was not only Sergei, but it was Animal from Novo Mesto police station who over and over and over insisted and even recorded with a laptop that had funny sound and do crazy stuff. Broken laptop, which I purchased in the Poland. However, instructed and brainwashed that once I get to the Poland and it will be these computers that I could buy used, to absolutely buy smaller size computer. If I would not buy smaller size computer because of my broken spine, that means placing one inside of the backpack, carrying one with me at 24/7 hours every fucking day of the year so that it would not come into the hands of the police, which modified operating systems, modified computers that I owned into barbaric shit that it would leave me mentally retarded with burning video of resolution 640 pixels for 7 hours, 8 hours straight. It came out in a size of 8 gigabytes and it was like 45 minutes long. You have no idea what this was. Worse than a psychiatric hospital, worse than a prison. At a temperature outside of about 30 degrees Celsius, 35 degrees Celsius outside temperature, hot, heat. Father had a birthday. When I came out, I was listening from the neighbors based on MK Ultra scenario, trying to put the video together, and I couldn't. I was going insane, literally going inside of the basement, just as they have done inside during MK Ultra, where it was a cooler air inside, in order to give the computer enough to breathe so that he could make. It was nothing wrong with my computers. The computers were very good computers. Computers were destroyed by the police. So as I left this laptop, it's over there, inside of my room, and I went for a walk. The only thing that happened was zip, based on MK Ultra scenario, the fan issue was destroyed. During MK Ultra, they already gave the instructions on where to go in Novo Mesto, so the whole service, that service computers, all the service computers, private parties also were involved in this shit. This is a police shit. This is what the police shit looks like. Now let me demonstrate you what this animal, Slovenian animal, wanted from me in respect to the paperwork. I did reveal about how they wanted me to browse how they wanted me to browse the paperwork for this maintenance records with what they positioned inside the psychiatric paperwork. The instructions were from him that he placed a paperwork here. Do you know what the truth is? This is the guy whose audio I did from 2002. The truth is that I was the one who realized the value of that paper years back, before I headed to Poland, but would not put that stuff on the internet because it didn't make sense. Still, it didn't make sense. I didn't have, before I went to Poland in 2018. And I was brought from the Poland by the Polish police, Slovenian police, Andrzej Duda, Morawiecki, Kaczynski government. What is interesting is that regardless of everything they knew that was inside of the room, it could be last week that you were subjected to MK Ultra, and you went 1 week without MK Ultra, and MK Ultra started again. It was every fucking time the MK Ultra started, I had a police investigators inside in here. I had them on the attic area. I had them searching the hallway. I had them searching garages, basically entire house. Professionally, police investigating, searching for absolutely any kind of, even the paperwork that you would take from the attic area and you would bring one down, or you would take one here and you would take one upstairs in a fucking attic area. They would know immediately every fucking paper that you would move. That's what's interesting. And before they got the Illuminatis in the house, it was total police walking out with the gloves, every fucking time. It was police going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The first thing they got was my computer downloaded data from drawer to drawer, from under the table, from every fucking thing. Opened literally fishing poles, search entire property all the way to the Kirka River for absolutely anything they could find. Literally were using the metal detector shit to go over the grass and stuff to detect absolutely anything that would be anything unusual, absolutely anything. You have no fucking idea what that means. The way they discouraged me from hiding absolutely anything was by making me walk through the forest, behind the house, around the house, at the Kirka. Insisted me that I would have to dig holes, tested for if I would be hiding hard drives, whatever I would be hiding, and for what would be temperature resistance, and realized that if I would throw them on the tree, if I would tie them to the tree or top of into the branches or something like that, there would be a thunder that would destroy. That a thunder is, hard drive is a magnet for the lightning, for the thunder. It would not last long. What do you think about this shit? Along the Kirka River, where you have steep cliffs, I had people climbing, watching them ropes, and climbing and checking for all the holes for every pit, anything that where it could be used to hide, whatever, anything that you could use. Police. Neighbors here from the village people, all kinds of people that came. I had involved Novomeški Potapljaški Klub, diving club of Novo Mesto that would be playing with this shit. Diving around, checking everything. This is Illuminati shit. This is when you know it's Illuminati shit. This is not small when it starts. This is giant. It's astronomical. They discourage you from even thinking to think. Assure you that you are dead as soon as you would even think about trying to do something. This is how they have you for the throat. This is how they had me for the throat. So even with the paper that I found upstairs, and I brought one here, and I put one into what is a strojniški priročnik, it wasn't safe, because the next thing, it was a police officer, the one that I demonstrated you, who found one and said to me that he's not going to tell anybody that is safe here inside of the room. He didn't say that. He said, and I was the one who saved you the paperwork from the attic area. He was not the one who saved the paperwork from the attic area. I was the one who brought one here. Where the fuck the paperwork is, that's what he's going to explain, where he put the paperwork. The paperwork is stolen. The last time this paperwork was inside of this room. I brought one. It was inside of the strojniški priročnik. I looked. He claimed that he was the one confusing me. And he did so because he wanted this shit. He wanted to do exactly the same thing as what was done, with the box that I demonstrated you earlier. And what you see here, this is all pertaining to the psychiatry and police. Psychiatry and police. That's psychiatric hospitalization. So they wanted me to go over and over and over and over. Once he was done claiming me that I have to go to, attic area and go through all those boxes and shit, that's when they started to instruct me that is inside of my room and you're going to find one. You just have to look and that's it. The room is like this, the way you see it, this, since 2022. because of the moths that I started to see fly all over the place. I use stuff to remove the mold, and I literally removed everything, including everything, including this here. I went completely crazy using chemicals to clean this fucking thing, paranoid completely from the stuff they brainwashed me with. Moths, there was moths all over the fucking place. But on the other hand, there was no moths. There never was any fucking moths here. What I recall is a police officer from Poland that would come and would start to make paranoia, claiming that there is moths here, moths there. He was just showing me where the moths. But by the time I realized that they wanted me to destroy the criminal evidence, it was already too fucking late. I destroyed most of it. Here, I have deliberately had a collection of the moths. I would come at night. They talking about the Juršić, talking about Igor Juršić, director Igor Juršić, talking about Janez Ogulin, talking about Andrej Štefanić, talking about the investigators who would bring me inside of this room time and again to, during MK Ultra, to watch them kill moths, and claiming me, if you will not kill the moths will multiply. It will be, I don't know what the fuck is going to be. Just like this. They were killing the moths in this room. I was watching them killing the moths. And based on what I have seen, experienced myself, once I returned from Poland, they even claimed me that the moths exploded inside of the room during my stay in Poland. They did, because they infested here, the moths. I removed all the fucking things that you can remove. Everything that you see was elsewhere. I did not find... yes, I did found the larvae, not the larvae, but I found the... how do you say that? Already when they escape out. What I found was actually even the larvae, big larvae of the moths, which, however, physically were brought here. There is no fucking moth. I have not seen here moths for like... There is one killed over there on the wall. There is a reminder of death over there. There is some over there. There is some... Let me just see something. What the hell is that? No. This is all killed moths. And because of this shit, I left this room, decided that I will not return back to this room until I eventually get the police here and do the investigation. Absolutely everything that you see here, everything. I have gone... I was completely out. I was completely crazy. I went probably 5 times poison all this shit to make sure that there would be no fucking moths. I don't know what to tell you. I was stressed out, screwed up in my head with the memories of what police did, and without absolutely any police assistance other than memories, left with the memories of Janez Ogulin, Igor Juršić, laughing in my face, claiming me how I'm going to be choking with the dust, with the mold, and even with the moths, they're going to eat the whole fucking room. Their paranoia, schizophrenia, violence, insisted that the only thing that's going to happen is, this is yet another proof about my father being given a stroke by the police. They insisted that The only thing, the way this is going to all end during MK Ultra is by my father dying inside of his room. And the way when he would die, it would be a cloud of moths that we would unlock his door, and it would be a cloud of moths that would fly out. This was Igor Juršić, Novo Mesto investigators. This is maniacs, psychopaths, lunatics, animals. When I say animals, it's like joke. Out on open with the police badges, serving public with what is known as law and order, directors, police directors, substitutes from Novo Mesto police station. This is what we have as a police. So this room is like this since 2022. They also told me, by the way, that this room is packed with a cancer. They started to claim me that this thing here is poisonous, this material, whatever the fuck this is. And they don't want me to be inside of this room because it's packed with a cancer. I told my mom when I saw this shit, this was the last thing I could do. I said, listen, I am going to throw the whole fucking thing out. This tapison, I don't know how you say that in English. And what I will do, I will lay my own tiles, or I'm going to lay my own, rather than tiles, I put the stuff that is actually warm. It doesn't cost much, and it's clean, and you can always clean it. You see exactly what is dirty, what is not, and you don't have to worry about stuff like this, that it would have a dirt inside and that kind of stuff. And so this here, just like you have seen the sofa inside of the living room area, was and is subject to a police investigation, to the police. How the fuck? How do you? How the hell do you express this kind of terrorism? What kind of terrorism the fuck is this? This is not manipulation. This is not manipulation. Nobody is. Yet they occupied the entire fucking house. The whole fucking house is waiting for the police to investigate this. Yet they were making fun out of it, saying, there, you will be choking in dust, you will be eating dust, you will be choking in mold, you will be, I don't know what the fuck you will be, and there will nobody ever be. And I said, really? I said, yeah, really. And I said, how the fuck is that? Even if I prove, there will be nobody. And was said, nobody. Because they depend on the politicians. They depended on the politicians. They depended on the royalties. They depended on the corruption of Brussels, Strasbourg, Europol, Interpol, FBI, CIA, basically, White House, corruption, organized crime, criminality. Yes, so that we have this shit like this. We don't move anywhere because of animals. Absolutely anywhere. This, I don't have the words to explain what the fuck this is. You have no fucking idea. I went on, and you know what the police claimed me? The animals from Novo Mesto police station. They claimed me that I brought the stuff from the attic area. And because I brought the stuff from the attic area, it was infested with the moth's eggs, and this is how basically they spread here. However, the police investigator that I demonstrated the audio from him, he claimed me that it was crazy. Eggs here, eggs there, fucking egg everywhere from moths, fucking egg everywhere. Well, the thing is that if you read on the internet, and I don't know nothing about the fucking moths, I admit, nothing about moths. I never had any fucking moths. I never saw fucking moths in my lifetime. I saw when I was a child that they were placing shit, you know, into jars, you know, which was also used during MK Ultra to poison with. This is another one. Thank you. Yeah, it's called naphthalene. They were using also that stuff for the poisoning. I remember that very clearly. Naphthalene is shit that is used to poison the stuff that you have in your wardrobe. This is a wardrobe. Yeah, I'm getting back with the English. See, I'm talking to myself in English here in Slovenia because my audience is English speaking, and the problem is that I haven't been in the United States of America already since was the last time was in 2010, and practically I had nobody to communicate with really in English normally, like on a regular basis since like, I don't know, 2006. So this you have to survive, you have to keep going. That's like 20 years in your own settings, and make sure that as you communicate with yourself in English language, it helps you not forget somewhat, at least grammar, you know, keep it up, whatever. Watch this English stuff, media, and just keep pushing through this madness so you get the stuff done. I was so fucking crazy that now you're going to be probably laughing about this shit. Because, as I said, I know nothing about the fucking moths. It's the first time that this shit make me completely crazy. Sitting at the fucking desk, you sit at the fucking desk like this. You sit at the fucking desk, and it was exactly based on police instructions. Exactly same shit they would do during MK Ultra. They would have me sit at the table. Exactly locations like this. They would bring the tables inside. They would have me sit. They talk here, do stuff. And they would say, have you seen one? Have you seen one? What? Moth. It was a moth that flew. And the police officer would go and would say, it's probably in that corner. It's probably in that corner. It's in that corner. It's in that corner. You know, during MK Ultra, shit. You don't take it seriously. But when you sit, really sit, and all of a sudden you have going past your ears like this, and you turn around and you recall the shit that went on during MK Ultra, it's like a fucking alarm. And the summertime comes and you see them multiplying, and you recall the police coming inside in here and killing moths, teaching you about how to kill moths, teaching you that it's dangerous to touch moths, giving you all the lesson ABC about the moths. Boy, I fucking cleaned this whole thing, drawer, table, everything with chemicals that burn everything, and took my clothing and threw one into it's not a detergent, it's a softener, right? It's a softener inside. Soak one inside, left one inside, did not even deliberately bother to rinse much so that the softener will still stay inside. I was washing like completely insane, 1 week without stop, with clothing on a terrace all over the fucking place. And when it was dry, because of this shit, because the way they brainwashed me, I stored everything in the bags, in the plastic bags, and it's over there inside the living room, in the plastic bags behind the bed. No, you don't understand what the fuck they did to me, these people. It did not stop there. Psychiatrist Peter Kapsch, who was pushing this shit all along, they were making million threats about you're not supposed to. Actually daring, we're going to come to pick you up at any time. And we're going to see the room like this. We will be collecting the proofs about this. This is how we get the proofs and this and that. That's basically what I decided is just going to stay like this. And we're going to play the rock and roll all the way to the time, because I'm waiting on you to come. I want you to come and prove me that I'm insane.
This was another part of MK Ultra, terror, horror. Eventually, even after the psychiatric hospitalization already took place in 2012, I got to feel on my own skin exactly what it feels to be hospitalized, with Robert Golub feeding me with a homegrown pepperoni also. This is red peppers, hot, so much that you cannot eat that shit. However, during MK Ultra, I did eat garbage because they would run me all over the place. Janez Ogulin would push me to eat the garbage. He was thorough, enthusiastic, together with Igor Juršić, both ex-directors of Novo Mesto police station, would force me to eat the garbage. And Robert Golub always demanded before the session ended, for him, he said, for me, the only other thing you're going to do is you're going to eat one of those for me. It's bad when your body is ready to explode because of the psychiatric, in parentheses, medications that you get poisoned that they give you inside of the psychiatric hospital. And when during MK Ultra you already are failing, such was the case, they determined in 2014 that I already have such a damages, obviously, on my liver, kidneys developed, that you could not cure them no matter what the fuck you would do. And on top of it, they force you with the pepperoni, with the red peppers, as was the case. The mother tried to insist me the other day that I eat pepperoni. Red peppers, pepperoni, it's called pepperoni. Now, pepperoni are two things. Ones are sweet, they're known as sweet, and others are known as hot. When it comes to the hot pepperoni, I told my mom altogether in my life I ate maybe 10 glasses of the pepperoni. And she was happy, she agreed with it. However, I told her 9 of those glasses of the pepperoni were known as a mild pepperoni, without any kind of heat at all. Sweet, actually they call them sweet pepperoni because they're not hot. 1 maximum, and it's not even 1. I did not even eat 1. Half of it in my lifetime I ate with the hot peppers, like the one the father grew here at the garden. And that's the one they were feeding me with during MK Ultra also. This was just one of the things. They loaded with the hot dogs, they loaded with the pork cracklings, and burned them more on a heat, talking about the police here. They had the whole fucking menu, cancer menu ready. This shit, the stuff they were doing to me, this sounds to me, they pushed me to eat garlic, raw garlic. They pushed me to eat raw onions. And I started to eat raw onions and raw garlic since I returned from Poland, based on exactly the same concept I followed that pertained even to the moths. They duped me, they did the stuff to me that you possibly could not imagine, and I am just simply shocked for you people that were involved in this case have allowed this shit to go this far. And let me explain to you something. You did not contribute anything. None of you contributed anything. You were along the way just used by the police to cover up my initial complaint about MK Ultra, which I issued in year 2010. You were used as an excuse, that's what the King Charles, now he's King Charles, to not stop extermination procedure against me, because as you, all of you who were involved in this crime, insisted that you invested in this case so much that I owe you basically to identify you, and etc., 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 which I did, many of you. However, it came for the price of my losing additional 16 years and ending up even in 2012 inside of the psychiatric hospital. You screw me up, you the people screw me up another 16 years. This case should have stopped 16 years ago, but because of you, who were involved in this. White and near did not, because you covered the ass to the police so they could continue to do this stuff. People push this all the way like this. And it was you were of no fucking use. To honestly tell you, stuff that determined my case is this video. Stuff that determined my case is the stuff I was talking about. Crime that raged in the area, about the Serbs, about the stuff that went on here. That was the essential stuff that pertained to this crime. You gave me the credibility because I identify you. It is true about that stuff, that this is no shit, that this is no joke. However, I identified people already in 2018, and it's year 2026. This is yet another 8 years, you fucker up. You screw me up yet another 8 years. You caused 1,000 times more damage than you caused any good. The police talked about everybody, that everybody is guilty, whoever was involved in this case, and so on and so forth. The police was converting people that wanted to assist, that wanted to help, into fear, into people who started to fear for their own life from me. Yet still, this is not the reason. If you fear that you get involved in something that allows you to watch person rotten inside of the psychiatric hospital, or jobless, or basically sick to death. It was the case in my case. Since 2022, I would estimate more often waking up with 4 hours of sleep than 6 hours of sleep, 80% of the time, most of the time, and not actually getting any kind of sleep. They were very, very detailed about this stuff. This is not sleep, they told me during MK Ultra, when I felt the same kind of symptoms, the same kind of stuff. They told me this is not sleep. This is just it's not even napping. It's just, you know. This is the advantage police. It's not a police. It's what is this? Terrorists gave themselves, state-sponsored terrorists gave themselves over me. As for the Slovenes, as I stated, if it wasn't for Roma people, whom they always point finger at, if it wasn't for Roma people that police is also connected to, and whom they're also using to get locals in the crime. Yeah, it's also that kind of stuff that goes on. People are simply detached from the world. They live in their own world, totally disadvantaged, without school, without shit, without anything, according to their own laws. And what makes Slovenian people extremely angry, because it's the robberies that take place, it's all kinds of shit that takes place, and it's exactly the kind of stuff that police is being glorified as someone who does, something good for the society, depict them that they are so scary and dangerous and deadly and without the police, I don't know what the fuck it would be, and so on and so forth. If it wasn't for these poor Roma people, and if it wasn't for the Serbs behind whom you Slovenes collectively were hiding your face, I have no fucking idea what. It wasn't for me, idiot, that I defended you relentlessly. I have no fucking idea what this world would. It's finally coming to, but what the fuck they would do with you already long time ago, I think. Because as a people, as a humans, you're up to no fucking good. The Slovenian military uniforms story was such that before they did this control of this, what we had in our belongings inside of this military facilities, is such that I had Lojze Peterle, that I had Dmitry Rupel, that I had Janez Janša, Milan Kučan, Robert Golob, everyone, when they would allow to come home, and I would come home and they would find this stuff that I had extra from the military, the gear, the clothing from Slovenian military, warning me about that they're gonna catch me with the extra uniform. The thing was such that I became even more crazy. I would probably not even take this uniform with me, but because of this shit that I told you about the Yugoslav uniforms, Yugoslav uniform was completely different. Yugoslav uniform was plain like this, without any camouflage stuff, and the camouflage stuff, Slovenian uniform matched the NATO specifications somewhat. Shit was such that I became so obsessed with this stuff that was done to me through Milan Kučan, talking about my balls also, my testicles, for which they suggested I have a cancer, a long time ago already too. It did hurt already so bad, let me tell you, that I couldn't even sleep. That's how bad it was already. That the stuff was such that not only what I continued to wear the unhealthy wear after the military service, for which they acknowledged it was unhealthy, but I would not even want to give the Slovenian military uniform back anymore. I wanted for myself to have it. As a memory, as something that I have, as something as a souvenir, as something that I, fuck Yugoslavia, something as, this is the shit that went on during MK Ultra. And afterwards they really did the count, and they got me with this, with a jacket for the military. This is the way it was. Even that stuff was involved in MK Ultra. Even that was the stuff. Even that was the crime that I was responsible for. And everybody turned against me with Lojze Peterle, you are a thief, you are whatever the fuck you are, we're not going to you anymore, and so on, we're not going to visit you anymore. This is the way it was with the Slovenian military service. I was, I think, second generation of soldiers in Slovenia, or maybe first generation of nabornikov, I don't know how they say, of the... I was also labeled as a coward because I didn't go, mother called me like this all my life, because I should have gone and just grabbed the gun without any training and attack Serbs also. It was also that kind of stuff we had going on. I was disowned, spit on, not even allowed in the Slovenian military to have SAR 80. SAR 80 is, I think it's a Thai version of American, what is it, F-15 rifle. Might be a little bit longer and a little shorter magazine, but I'm not sure about that. But give a good range performance. And instead I was given a Russian AK-47, actually here in Yugoslavia. because they claimed that I was too much pro-NATO, too much pro-American, too much pro-Western. And your dear leaders, your politicians are the one that basically did like this against me. They just take the shoes and you go like this to the guy. They did like this with me, basically, against my collar. That's what your politicians, that's what your royals, you go kiss their ass. This is what you did. Now you have in Slovenia a good friend here, those that always wanted to cut your throat, left. You have nobody else. I'm no longer in a picture. You have Milan Kučan, you have Janez Janša, you have this shit, human shit here you have now. These are your allies. They're gonna fucking slit your throats in the first opportunity that's gonna come around. And rightfully so, because of the stuff that you do also over there in Gaza. Literally using a Holocaust issues to slaughter people right out on a broad daylight through Israel. Shame on you. This is how far we got. What we could build further as bigger and bigger alliance to create bigger and bigger wall, bigger and bigger economy, ended in what you see is taking place today, and in what I would even refer to as a razbitina, I have a crash car, and this crash cart is on a junkyard. You throw those cars, razbit, broken cars. That's myself. You fuck me up really good. You destroyed me 54 years of life and health, and left me broken like this to my own devices. And you thought that I wouldn't be even here when I would be saying to the entire world about what took place. This is basically the way this shit is. Yeah, this shit is waiting here for the police to come. No fear here. I have explanation for this. The explanation is kick in your balls. That's the explanation. That's the explanation I owe you. I owe you tape over your mouth, grab you for the collar, for your feet, and grab you and drag you from the police station, dump you inside of the vans, and take you away so you wouldn't pose danger, a threat to the public anymore, because you're not a police. You're not even animals. You are indescribable. You are simply indescribable. You're human shit, not humans. Closer to the shit than to the humans. Well, I don't have anything else I would say in respect to this car theft. They wanted me to go, and basically it's more this. I'm not doing this. I remember I was the one who took the paper downstairs. I threw one. Straniški priročnik is this thing here. This is a straniški priročnik. And the police officer, this is basically used for mechanical engineering technicians, or basically people that work in a metal working industry to, you know, I shouldn't be touching this shit. You see, I did again, and I'm not supposed to do that. That's a job for the police. There is one computer, you destroyed me, and I went to the computer service to pay the people who participated in MK Ultra, examined the computers beforehand. I even paid them the money to do a cleaning of the computer, just like you recommend me after you, God knows what the fuck you did to the computer, and so on and so forth. For buying 17-inch computer, I was labeled as completely insane. So, you know that story about the computer Fujitsu that I gave you about the Poland, all that stuff, how they instructed, brainwashed, and this and that. What is broken here? By the police, absolutely everything you see. I am yet have to make the video about this stuff. It's not going to be pretty, and it's probably going to last 2 months, 3 months, maybe even 1 year. Because every one of these fucking things has its long story to tell about every fucking item. Every item was involved in a torture.
every fucking item you see, except this here, which I bought it upon return from Poland. They advised me so much, scared me so much. And when you're going to go swimming in a Krka river, which was the stuff that was frequently done during MK Ultra, that you better buy yourself this stuff or you will drown. And, you know, I listened to advice and I bought it. Ice bathing in a Krka river always was part of MK Ultra. One time I came inside, and just like you have seen upstairs was the case with the walnuts, that's basically precisely and exactly the folder that was covered like this with the moths was simply tipped over on the floor. It wasn't difficult to tell that I had guests, that I have visits coming here inside. It might have been a modder who did this deliberately, based also on MK Ultra scenario. They had the scenarios also where I would put moths and stuff on a paper and stuff like this, collected them. They did all this kind of stuff because they know what the human would do under this kind of circumstances. They study human interaction under the certain circumstances. This is a job of the criminalists. This is exactly what the criminalists do. Garbage like Miran Sodin, for instance. My neighbor, let's say, Metod Yerman, who is just one house away from here and who participated and witnessed all this stuff. It was enforced through the police, through the psychiatrists, extensive, super extensive psychiatric hospitals involved, entire psychiatric hospitals involved in this stuff. That much also for the Polish spine breaking, so that you know how the Polacks wanted also to make the money when it was the Socialist Republic of Poland during the Soviet Union, and compensate the truth about the Josef Szczertalich, to whom I used to go to work as a child already, so that I could make money, and who did not pay shit, basically, for the work done over there. I was by far the youngest child who went to work. I think I was like was I in the 4th grade of the grammar school? Or even earlier? I think I was like in a 4th grade of the grammar school in 1982. And Father claimed that he wants to demonstrate to me that the youngest man who ever worked at the company or whatever. And I used to go there to work. And the problem is the money. There was no money. And when there was no money, it was other kids also that worked, older than myself, and they were getting the money. Same thing as is once I became a worker, and it was workers who got 5-6 times more money than I did for less work. It became apparent that the money is stolen. And when I accused him that never said to him that money was stolen, but I said that this guy doesn't fucking pay. My mom was extremely disappointed when they realized that this guy doesn't fucking pay. I didn't go to once. I worked several vacations at Szczertalich until I realized that this guy is fucking thief. Even assumed that he made a mistake or something like that. Then it became evident the guy is a fucking thief. Polacks learned about this, and Polacks wanted to kill me for the Serbian Szczertalich. They figured out that his wife was from Serbia. Entire 3/4 of the family Serbian. Figure out that it's necessary to break me a spine. Now, the breaking of the spine already started before I entered the grammar school. So the Polacks took upon themselves and make me work in Poland during MK Ultra inside of the factories, jobs that otherwise would leave adults crippled. Adults that would do on the long-term jobs. That's basically loading and unloading and pushing all kinds of materials to the machines. It led them crippled. And so that's what they claim me. We came the solution. We're going to get the free workforce. We're going to get somebody who's going to work for free. And on top of that, we're going to teach you about the Chertalich, if he paid you enough money or he did not pay you enough money. And they went on to break the spine. Polacks. Let the fucking Lech Walesa explain to you about these things, about the stuff that went on. You're communists, Polish. With your Kaczynskis, with your garbage. Kaczynski was the last time. That's a Christian. That's a Christianity. That's a religious. That's a church. Religious person. That's your fucking Pope John guy. The one from Rome. The one who cried so much when 9/11 took place. Knew nothing but cried a lot. Let them explain you about spine breaking and 8-10 hours walks with backpack heavily loaded and improperly adjusted on the back, how they were breaking the spine, curving the spine, just like a teachers in grammar school Novo Mesto said, your spine by the 6th grade is going to be all like this. You're going to be all fucked up. You're going to be more fucked up than anybody in the school and so on. Yeah. That's all I got to say for this. Stuff I was talking about, I don't even have problem. It is the shit I brought from the US. It's right here. It's all molded and it's right there. This is for the glasses that you put inside. See it? How molded it is? 2 of them. The thing is, there is no fucking mold anywhere. Look. If there was any mold anywhere, and police was doing, by the way, absolutely everything to spread the mold. That's what's interesting. No, man, this is all chemicals that I was using to clean. I went completely crazy about this mold, and I went completely crazy about moths. And I destroyed the whole fucking room of the evidence. This is what Novo Mesto police station, this is what you guys that did not demand immediate investigation of this crime did. You went and you assisted royals. You who participated in MK Ultra did absolutely everything to protect police. And police is garbage. It's not police. Still here without absolutely any mold, absolutely anywhere. Because why? Because this fucking room, you don't have to have the radiator open. It's heated from below. It's a furnace right down it. Kuriarna, I don't know how you say that. Where you basically do heating inside of the... That's all the hell I gotta say. So it's still closed. It's like this. It's since 2022. And it's gonna remain like this till eventually police gets here and things get done. Otherwise, everything was clean, sorted, everything ready. Yet, this is what you left me with. This is what you knew about it's gonna be like. And this is what you think that I feel threatened for having a place like this, because my mom dreamed about how it's going to be. They came up with the scenarios, how you're going to go from one room and it's going to be shit, and you're going to go for another room and it's going to be third room, and it's going to destroy the whole house. I was not even inside of this house. I was away from this house. And when I was inside of this house, I was inside of this room. Till 2022, that's all there is to it. Maybe even 2023. The paperwork taken from upstairs by me personally, stolen by the police from my room directly. The police officer I demonstrated you directly was implicated. I'm going to put his link, and I'm going to also put the other link right under this video, so you have absolutely everything in order. So maybe a Russian Jew, Sergei Mikhailovich Brin, can again delete the stuff. I already demonstrated you everything about, explained to you everything about how King Charles from Britain claimed that he's going to negotiate with me under his own term. He went to United States of America, I understand, to meet Epstein victims.
and claimed me that based on his interaction with victims, whom probably quite a few he corrupted inside of this house, I even estimate that they came across, they were using some fake victims and some victims that were more than willing to assist him to convince all the victims that were involved in MK there's too many victims to count. Just as I explained, many of these girls that were victims of Epstein, and Epstein was appointed by none other than what is known today as the King Charles, they were simply redirected from what otherwise would be family's life into the world of the prostitution in order to simply delegitimize them, discredit them, have them self-discredit. Basically, that's how they do it. And those girls have a great difficulty to tell really with people, with the society as we are, oh, it's a hooker, it's a bitch, it's I don't know what it is, prejudging women, rating women as dirt like Donald Trump does. Donald Trump is the one grabbed them by the pussy, right? It's shit. Woman is shit. Society greatly prejudging against women, behaving so arrogant that would not even give women, ordinary women, people, the opportunity to give their say, to have their say, basically to explain, to say whatever. We live with the police that is truly, truly, truly shit, disgrace for the human race. Species that work at the police are really a disgrace all around. Not the police, not a law, not an order, but organized crime. Closer to the organized crime than to the police.
We are almost done. Almost done. Can you imagine? That's age 3, but let's say age 4, but 4 is totally wrong. 4 is totally wrong. Maybe it's even age 2. Trust me. Trust me. As I came almost to conscience, they started to do that stuff. With people claiming that I was too young, and that's why I know the most likely the age was 2, not even 3. 2, not even 3, when they started to play with the pills experiment in Belgrade, Josip Broz Tito. That's how bad. I'm going to scroll through this at the end one more time so that you can read over. Almost done, but not quite done yet. It is beautiful the way I fix the room, really beautifully I fix it. That is the worst thing that I did not finish when video recording the stuff. I talk about the billionaires, the wealthiest people, the 5th grade of the grammar school, where they came here. They were coming here in a previous house in the city of the Novo Mesto, at Tardinova 4, Tardinova 4 was the address, and then they were coming also here, regardless. And I did something simply because I already started it. My life was closer to the shit than to the life. Closer. And it's the stuff that will be the last one to discuss. It's the heaviest one. And it demonstrates the attitude of animals I spoke about in this video, from these psychiatrists, but foremost police, in a parenthesis police, local police here in Novo Mesto. It reveals the real character, the real attitude, the real vicious criminal mentality of what you refer to as the police here in Slovenia. It reveals like unlike anything else, because it was psychiatrists from abroad, psychologists from abroad, that were motivated, that were interested in establishing just how much emotional mental damage was done to me in this process. They wanted to know exactly the degree of, they were specifically interested in understanding just how bad this case was. How bad was it? Well, in the 5th grade, my life was no life. My life during the sleep was MK Ultra, and my life in a school continued to be nothing other than violence, with my facing on a day-to-day basis by teachers literally instructed and incited in physical attacks on me since the kindergarten. Daily physical attacks of kids, minimum 10, talking about the schoolmates, or even from other classes that would come. 30 kids. It was seen even that entire school engaged. They wanted to lynch me over there at the soccer field at the grammar school Novo Mesto, just like I described for the military. It was hell, with also a lot of domestic violence, with nowhere to escape, with nothing to live for. That Slovenian police, Zajcek, for instance, will explain that because he was so vicious about this issue. He claimed that this is definitely a proof of mental illness. And it was the same with Janez Ogulin, Zajcek, a whole bunch of these older police officers that recruited younger police officers, such as even Božičnik knew about this, and this was like the youngest kid, but Štefanić, Juršić, investigators, they were sure that that was a proof of mental illness. They were certain that that definitely was a proof of mental illness. They were certain that they got a proof of mental illness together with Milan Kučan, with Robert Golob. They were certain. They did not have any kind of proof of mental illness, but they were using that issue literally to recruit criminals into the police. Or I should say, they were literally using that issue to recruit criminals into the case. People who believe that they will prove that I'm mentally ill through the physical violence. Talking about the psychiatrists, psychologists, nurses, talking about police, talking about nursing staff at home for elderly people, talking about the physicians, doctors, nurses at the hospitals, talking about everybody involved in MK Ultra. It's like all of a sudden all the demons basically united. Something that American millionaires smelled could actually somehow let them escape from liabilities. Something horrific happened in this 5th grade of grammar school, so disgusting that just a few years later, this was maybe 4 years later, when I came to the high school, somehow I made it to the high school from this hellhole known as Osnovna šola Grm. They send us on a practical work to a local factory here. It's known as IMV Renault. Let me demonstrate this factory. Why not? Can demonstrate this. Back then, this was not Renault. Back then, this company here was not Renault. It was Renault. They were building the cars through the French technology with the French license. However, under the name IMV, Industria Motornih Vozil Novo Mesto. Industry of the motor vehicles of Novo Mesto, and it was Renault 4, it was Renault 18 they would assemble, and even some Renault 5 they would assemble down the assembly line, but everything French machines, French, absolutely everything. And I would go to practical work. This is a huge factory, a few thousand people. You notice the toilets were not flushed. Notice that there was writing on the toilets with the shit, with the human shit, excrement. And noticed something I already have wrote about. Maestros, that's basically superintendents, the supervisors, they were drunk. They were barely standing on their fucking feet. This was the golden age of the communism, socialism. So drunk that when you would come in the morning, you would find the big fucking canisters of the alcohol behind these machines, Stružnica or whatever it would be, Freskalni stroj, all these machines that you would use to design things, to carve the things from the metal. Big fucking canisters of that stuff. Drunk, simply shit. Really, 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 really unsuitable to report for work, but this is the way it was. And entire factory learned about this incident that I still did not discuss, and this is the one that I will discuss for the last time. This is the last one I will discuss. Is the last one I will discuss so that people will understand what you did. The entire factory knew about this incident. This is a Renault factory. And it was Krka Pharmaceutical who knew. They didn't do this because of me. They were doing this shit because this is how they were. They really were like animals. They were smoking cigarettes. They were doing the stuff, nasty stuff, really disgusting stuff. But because of this incident that happened inside of my room, let's look at this stuff here. I'm going to demonstrate you exactly where. The local police was sure that they found the proof, that they absolutely found the proof of the mental illness, and this is it. We go back to this kind of stuff here that I demonstrated you. So absolutely everybody knew about this, including the British royals. Not only they knew, but they supported also this stuff with the psychiatric pills. Prince Andrew did, Prince Charles did, they both did. They were sure that I am not insane, but they were sure that due to this incident that they would be able to recruit unlimited amount of criminals and turn absolutely everybody involved in MKUltra against me. Weirdly, somehow that was people who didn't want to have anything to do with this, but the local police, psychiatrists, people like a psychiatrist caption, they were sure, they were damn sure that that's it for me, that this is it with the Milan Kuchon, that they got a proof of the mental illness. Is the stuff I did not discuss in this video, is the stuff we definitely will discuss. And this is going to be the last thing. I'm just giving you a hint about the stuff that we will be discussing about. They were literally hiring people through this stuff, guaranteeing them that anything they can do to me is completely worry-free. They have nothing to worry about. There is no liabilities. There is no responsibilities. That absolutely rewards are super. You will travel the world. You will see America. You will have the super salary. You will get paid overtime. You will be all kinds of special extra assignments. You're gonna continue to build the money through promotions on your job, all kinds of stuff like this, and real estate, and women, and this and that, and unlimited, absolutely everything. As long as you get involved in this case and you support this crime, all you have to do is basically, all we have to prove that this man is mentally ill. So something extremely, extremely, extremely disgusting took place in the 5th grade of the grammar school. I am not going to tell in this video, but most of you animals already know. You have nothing to look forward to. I will ask judges to be in particular cruel with you when I tell what exactly happened in the 5th grade of the grammar school, how far this stuff have gone through. Talking about emotional pain, talking about the pain that you caused me mental pain, the injuries that you caused me, the suffering that you caused me, how far this stuff have brought me to. And I'm really glad that you shared with absolutely everybody involved in MK Ultra, because you, after all, provided a beautiful proof for me of just how bad this stuff was. People still don't know. Those involved, however, they can smell how bad this stuff really was for me. This is the second time I'm recording this, because the first time when I recorded, violence started to come out of me. When I started to record this stuff, I started to lose it. When your life looks more like a shit than a life, it doesn't matter how beautiful the watch is. If you ever find yourself in an environment I did, break the fucking watch and go. Go where you can start from beginning, because that watch is going to hunt you down, is going to get you killed if you won't do that. If you won't do the right thing and you're going to start to live in your own world, and the world looks more like a shit than life, go. Go or you will die. And it doesn't matter how young you are. It doesn't matter if you have no place to go. It doesn't matter if you don't even know where the fuck you're going to. You can trust me, when it's so bad, just do like I said. Because at least you will stand the chance. And stay focused on the road, on the path that you have chosen, regardless of the animals that will continue to follow you, stalk you, make it possible to the, as it was in my case, to the KGB, assassins, killers, murderers, to stalk you, hire what should have been your new life, talking about the CIA and FBI, stalk to hijack you back to the world where you were. It will still pay you off over insisting on something in the world where you have no place to. You understand? It might be beautiful, materialistic shit, material, beautiful thing. But in the world where there is no place for you, this will kill you. I did not even scratch this watch. This watch was scratched by police. That means that watch was either scratched by me during MK Ultra, or it was simply scratched by police. This watch was practically not even worn anything at all. Apart from police, which had me wear the watch during MK Ultra, this watch was never almost worn. This watch was maximum worn for about maybe maximum, I would estimate, maybe even like 3 months, something like that, and that was it. Just like the case was with the other watch, I was losing mind over this stuff. And the stuff that I did in the 5th grade of the grammar school, do you know what it means to live for the work, to earn money, to get the opportunity to earn some money anywhere and do crazy stuff to make money through the overtime, like lowest wage as a mechanical engineering technician, throwing away all your education, everything away in garbage, just so you can earn something, anything better than being sent back to the gulag. And as you return back to this gulag, and despite Slovenian entry into the European Union, NATO and all this shit, it's still a gulag waiting for you to get you killed. You do understand me what I'm trying to say. I'm sure you understand me what I'm trying to say to you. It actually took place. It actually took place. Case so disgusting, so obnoxious, proven. Proven beyond any doubt as real. Vladimir Putin was arranging escape for these people. They were negotiating with Vladimir Putin the possibilities also of escaping from United States of America if necessary. This is not even joke. This stuff was mentioned in our house. They did negotiate about that stuff. They did contemplate it on. And Sergei Mikhailovich Brin was just one person that was one of the worst people involved in MK Ultra. And obviously as such, selected, chosen as a proper fit of the victims that your now King Charles was meeting inside of our house. And it appears already that he convinced many into collaboration with him. This is the man who created Epstein. This is the man who negotiated with the victims of the Epstein inside of our house because he wanted to rig the whole thing and portray the whole thing as not a big deal. And actually, for him, not a big deal is already that he appears next to these victims, and media portrays him historically as somebody who was concerned, somebody who rather did good, was just in that sense. That's all it takes. Few crooks to turn the whole picture around. He figured out that a visit to the United States of America is going to determine his future, not only mine, but he referred to my future as his visit to the United States of America meeting with victims of Epstein. That's what he demanded from me to view my future as. Based on which he claimed me he would decide on what to do with me. And based on which he claimed if it's going to be too damn bad, he will file a fake death certificate for himself and disappear. As soon as he would return back to greater than Great Britain. I don't have anything else anymore to say in respect to this video. This is the stuff that we need to discuss. It is I want judges to understand how far it went and how the Slovenian police even attempted to use this issue. What exactly, how they were recruiting absolutely everything, everybody, explaining them about the stuff that took place in my 5th grade of the grammar school. It should have been something that they shamed me with these things. With what happened in the 5th grade, they shamed me and they claim it was a mental illness. But this is exactly based on what I will demand punishment according to from the court, from the rule of law, to be done with these people. I will insist for these people to be lobotomized. And I think that's about as good as it gets when it comes to punishment for animals like this. I think that they can actually serve as a good members of the society, demonstrating to the society what happens to the people when they are in a really, really bad stuff, causing harm to other people. I think that these police officers are actually beneficial. They can be used for the benefit of the society to demonstrate us all that it doesn't pay to be animal dressed up in a police uniform. Slovenia have stolen from me entire life. 2 citizenships were destroyed in the process. I was not allowed to search for work at the state employment agency, prohibited from coming, insulted even for appearing, discouraged to live in Slovenia more than on one occasion, threatened with the psychiatric hospitalizations if I would approach to the state employment agency and file for unemployment compensation, or I should say social support. They did this for lifelong, lifetime. The only time I actually I'm gonna leave that stuff out. That's okay. Save that stuff for some other video. As much as I was trying to survive under completely insane circumstances as I described here, this is, I don't know if I ever heard anything like this yet, that somebody would survive like this, that somebody would be in this kind of circumstance. I never heard anything like this yet. A run from his own country, I don't know how many times, for bare life, and spend life jobless, search for proof of sanity in world in a total madness. I came to realization the way I lived, the way the system used me, the way these animals in blue, dressed up in blue, and these beasts here from the local Novomesto police station, this Miran Sodin trash, garbage, psychiatrist, cops, this filth, this scum, this dunk, judges, police, physicians, doctors, nurses, this upper portion of the society, the way you viewed me, you know, I came to the conclusion that lobotomizing you as a police officers, having public view you where you walk down the street lobotomized, know you because you were in this crime and you ran this crime, knowing you, recognizing you, knowing what happens, that there is justice to a scum, to a dunk, to a human shit like yourself, with just a proper punishment, so that people know there is law, and for violating the law, for going as far as you have done it, there is a price to pay. I was practically lobotomized for no less than 54 years. You kept me practically lobotomized for 54 years. So I hope I get lobotomized, every fucking one of you. I hope that people get the proof, seeing you walking on the streets, reminding themselves of what it means to be a son of a bitch like yourself, evil, pure evil like yourself, will happen to the people like you. For new police recruits to understand that under those circumstances they should be doing the stuff like you allowed yourself. Lobotomy is based on the threats that I received during MK Ultra about being lobotomized, and demonstrated even in United States of America, and demonstrated. I had people whom you see on YouTube as lobotomized participate in MK Ultra. They had me view them, patients, lobotomized people. So I want proof of the law. I want proof of the justice, because I don't believe in a jail. I don't believe in a prison. I know that prisons are built so that people walk out of the prison
and report the last day back into the prison, so it can be written about them that they served their sentence. I want actually factual, legitimate, tangible, something that I can see, something that I can feel, something that I'm part of it, that I know that justice took place system. Not whatever the judges, not whatever your police departments, your correctional departments invent for the sake of the politicians. I want real actions. I want real people. I want real stuff to be done. I want people to believe in the society. I want people to believe in the police. That's why.
This watch, this pretty watch, this Casio Edifice watch, which is, I think it's really the prettiest watch. Really, I don't know about any other watch that would be as pretty as this. This watch is really pretty. This is a really, really beautiful, beautiful, beautiful watch, you know. It was something like this, whatever that was. I'm not sure it was exactly like this. It was like really, really, really smooth, really just without those teeth. This looks like he's got a teeth over there and stuff. No, it didn't have any kind of teeth. It was just really a beautiful watch, really designed really to comfortably fit on the hand and with the polish nice, but well designed, you know. What is it? Let me see this here. Let me see if they made any kind of changes, progress, whatever that Casio watch. No, man, that really goes to 2002. Something like this. Something like this. No. If it would be like this, I would keep it. It was so beautiful. This watch was so beautiful that impressed Prince Harry and Prince William. All of a sudden, they saw this watch and they were like, wow. Some that were involved in MK Ultra, they figure out that maybe I'm not completely crazy. In other words, they saw this watch and they were like, wow, it was like, oh, wow, so you're not fucking crazy. It was something like this, you know. Seeing this, they came to the conclusion that I have a good taste. It was something like this. It looked like this, something like this. And were quite impressed with it. But I was not impressed with it. I wanted to get rid of it. And Prince Charles said that I want the watch with a clean face. Yes, I bought a Casio afterwards that was just like this watch here. However, with just a leather band. It looked like this, just like this watch. And yeah, I also bought a digital watch like this one. That's all that is. I didn't want to see anything anymore silver and golden and that shine that was given me. This was just, you know, MK Ultra is a lunacy. MK Ultra is a madness. And being a subject to that stuff, you don't really want flashy stuff on your hand. You don't really want something that would... you want something that you can clearly see the numbers. And you want something calm. You know, you're looking for a calmness. You're not looking for craziness, madness. Some people would, maybe, but I was not interested. I wanted to calm the situation down. And so the most beautiful watch that I had in my life, that one they also took away from me. That one also went for free, basically, to somebody. This is the way this stuff was with this watch. And you know something? When I sold this watch, when the watch was sold, I was so relieved. I was so relieved. I found my inner peace, really. This human shit, this is a parasite, this is a fleece, this is a flea, this thing here. He had people torment me, he tortured inside a room with one single watch on his mind to destroy certain, to have me destroy certain parts on the watch together with the Milan Kujan for 20 years. One watch. And he was writing down the years. 5 years he did not damage watch. 10 years he did not damage watch. 15 years he claimed with a 10 when it was 10 years that it was a world record. That means that he was doing the same stuff to other people. He was doing the same stuff to other people with Milan Kucan. My schoolmates, the fat guy, whichever is his name, and there was other kids. They were breaking them underwear in 5th grade of the grammar school. They were ripping them the underwear. They were ripping the underwear to other kids because they're not supposed to get fat, is what Milan Kucan claimed with this animal here. This is a Robert Golob. And that's also how Slovenian police wanted to prove the case against me, that I am buying watches instead of what is a necessary underwear. This was yet another one from these animals here from Novo Mesto police station. Milan Kucan, who believed they're going to prove the case against me, demonstrating the world that I was wasting money on things that didn't matter, when at the same time I wasn't buying the stuff that actually mattered. This is beasts. In a 5th grade or 6th grade of the grammar school, when we were studying the human lymphic system, the biology, the grammar school of Novo Mesto, is what this animal here and his chosen apprentice bragged about, how they did the electroshocks on me, how they tortured me during MK Ultra to make sure that I would, whatever was inside of the school, I would remember nothing, and prided themselves with it, with the results, claiming me that they will work on the lymphic system that basically is developing cancer, and that I don't even know what the lymphic system is. This is the story about the lymphoma, about the stuff pertaining to lymph node games. 5th grade of the grammar school, in the back of the village, when the torture was done, at the Krka village, in the back of the village, you have Binemohar, you have Medved, I don't know what his name is, and Yermantina and Yerman Zdenko and Yerman Metod and Yerman Cyril witnessed with a Turk with a bunch of these kids that were here, already grown-ups, torture during which Robert Golob clearly specified himself, loudly specified himself that it's going to be lymphoma cancer, and referred to a school, grammar school Novo Mesto, where we were studying lymph nodes system, lymphic system, entire biology. Prided himself to make sure that I would be physically assaulted in the school, that I could not follow the school, the instructions, electroshocks, and so on. Laugh about loudly that the most important part of the biology went past me in the school, without my ever in life will remember that I even study one in the school. This is Robert Golob. This is how far, when, and actual physical evidence, physical proof, the teachers knew about this, about the biology, about tearing underwear apart, about the stuff that I explained to you, that refers to the lymph nodes they were playing with. These are all physical evidence. It's all physical evidence proven that it was the lymphoma cancer, Milan Kuchan plain node, and on testicles and on lymph nodes. Not lately, not the result of my whatever I was wearing, the underwear, not because of etc., whatever police had in mind to justify, but it had to do with some completely different issues pertaining to my youth, pertaining to my childhood, and even before I came to the grammar school under the Josip Broz Tito shit that went on in Belgrade with that old lunatic. I have the proofs, I have the evidence, I have a physical evidence. It's a physical evidence. It's a witnesses that don't want to talk. It's a witness that don't want to say. But this is Slovenia. But I have proven this with the evidence. This is evidence. This is proofs what I told you in this video. It's a physical evidence, actually. I am alive to tell you that this is what it is. And anywhere you're going to look, everything you're going to see everything is a fact. Nothing from this point on can be turned upside down and misinterpreted. It came out of my mouth. You saw me. I told you that's exactly the way it is and was.